Okay, I'm just kind of tired of typing, guys, so I'm just going to turn on the stream because it's a little bit easier for me. Can't keep going back and forth, it's just too time consuming. Okay, so this was pretty straightforward, kind of like what I was mentioning earlier. One end has to break typically to get these kind of structural movements. So my thought process today was if we open in the 7160s, 50s, we likely have a probability of stalling 7-4. If we're unable to clear 7-4, that's what could trigger that retest of 7-1-4-4, 7-1-4-6. Initially, they did try holding the 4-4-4-9 area. They held right in between. I don't know if you guys saw that at 4-7, but stalled 7-3. So idea was if they come back and retest 71-33-32 could easily be triggered, along with that 7-1-2-2 range. So this is a really good short trade if you took it off the 7-1-7-4 stall. I did mention it this morning on the Substack too, that if either end breaks, it would still entail basically heading back to that 7-1-2-2, 7-1-3-3 area that we talked about. So this right here. So we didn't digest 7-1-4-4, so we can afford heading back there. I don't want to get stuck in the channel. So when you don't want to get stuck in the channel, what kind of price action do you typically see in those areas? So this was the idea. So if you don't want to get stuck, then you end up typically clearing it. So it tends to be volatile price action. This was the idea if they ended up stalling and breaking back beneath 7-1-40s, is that they could give us a retest of 7-1-2-2, 7-1-2-8, so on and so forth. And this is based on a core stall. So another way that you can think about this too, guys, is the differential in range should be fairly similar. So kind of like this here and the areas that we're targeting, which are around here, like 15. I would say like you could probably use like the 22 point range theory, but even if you just look at it off like 7-1, 8-7, 8-8 and where they stalled, this should be approximately okay the ranges that we would start triggering. So that being said, you could start taking some shorts off here because this is pretty net equal in range, you guys, on both ends. Like we're trying to see based on where they stalled, okay, and where we're actually trying to trigger. So if our targets are to get to at least 8-8, okay, you can possibly look at a break beneath 4-4 of at least 16 points. Our bigger target today though is not 8-8. Like today's the earliest date to capture 8-8 or 9-2. 9-3. This is more calculated range right here, closer to like the 9-3 area, which is why I figured beneath 7-4 they could technically trigger 7-1-2-2, 7-1-2-3. Do you see what I'm saying? So whether or not they sustain here though is what's going to cause a bit of an early exhaustion on that 2-day, which flips over tomorrow. Okay, so this area in here, 2-day on ES is kind of stuck in an inside bar, and like I mentioned, this is the only period that could stay stuck like this and it would be fine. Usually the 7th bar is what starts to exhaust or expand, so between the 22nd and 24th. While we don't have to take out highs today, we did have to at least retest them, okay, just to give like those core odds. So even if this stays stuck inside or goes red, I still think that it would be within this range. And it's kind of just rinsed and repeated. If they fail 71.22, it's going to be the same thing as yesterday. So, and the reason I said that we can afford some risk today is because they never took out these areas in real time. So yesterday, remember how we were looking at this? They held really nicely above 3-2 all afternoon when they stalled. But that being said, they also kept it beneath 4-4 and 4-6 and 4-8 until the very end of the day when they finally broke 4-8, 4-9. Okay, and then overnight they never took this back beneath 50 and 52. Why do you think that is? Why do you guys think they did that last night? And kept it above here in real time and then above here in the overnight session. Why do you guys think that is? And this is very important. Analyzing overnight volatility matters a lot for real time. It's to reduce risk in real time, because had they broken this overnight, we would probably be back testing 70, 80s right now. Does that make sense? Because all this range and the structural hold would have been already broken. So how high would your odds be of sustaining here? Or at least trying to sustain the first time around? Pretty low, right? So they do have a slight chance of sustaining here. This area was already tested yesterday though. So like I said yesterday, like there's still some tiny bit of room to like 7,120, but I feel like them taking it back zone bound, this would be like the worst case scenario today, is if they took it back to reset our weekly conditions, which is basically taking it back to that neutral range, which is back to OR. So like 7110, 7106, 7109. This is the area that deciphers whether or not they want to retest lows, right? This area in here, like the 70, 78, 81, 70, 80s are really calculated spot this week. And the 8-1 spot, they held 8-5. So basically where they held this week is almost identical in where they stalled in terms of range. So remember we used the 4.75 range theory yesterday? Okay, it's very similar in the sense of where they're stalling. Okay, because had they broken here, they would have likely triggered an 8-7, 8-8 test. Okay, so they're keeping this very much two directional, and that has always been the theme for this week based on where they opened. I didn't even know I had that mic turned on. Outside day could be possible though, Brendan, because we still could come back and test that median range. It's kind of relative to what they do in the 20s here. And between 71, you guys better have not forgotten this, 7103, 7106, 7110 is the bigger trigger. However, could they take it back to that area and still sustain? So in other words, could they technically take it back here but then still bounce neutral if they wanted to? Yes, but they'd obviously have to like retrace back super quickly. Okay, and they still have odds of holding 7120s, like 7122, 23. This is a very calculated risk. Look at where they're holding, right off 2-1. Okay, so, but the condition for this, if they're going to hold right now, okay, these would be the only areas that I would consider longs. Okay, I had a preset order at 7122 just because that is the downside target that we were looking for today. The short, I haven't fully covered. I'll cover if we come back, I would say above 7144. So I took a short trade when we stalled 7172, but I didn't take it till closer to 7164, just because that's kind of like the more volatile area, or the area that could trigger volatility is kind of this range in here on the stall of the means. So I don't know if this helps you guys, but this is where I did that short entry. Okay, this was the initial long entry. I was a little bit late on this, so I didn't enter till 5-2. And then I did take my first cover at 6-4 this morning, just in case they stalled. And then the second cover at 6-8. So you can definitely take longs off the 7120s, you guys. What do you think the price action that has to occur here is, though? This is the point that I'm trying to get at. Remember how earlier this morning I said we can't really afford to stay stuck in the channel today unless what? There's only one scenario where you would want to stay stuck in the channel. I had an alert on this that it came back, so I want to see if it holds. This 305. When would you want to stay in the channel? What would you want to do right now, actually? You want to do what? Right here. Specifically off 2-2, 2-1. What do you want to do, you guys, off this area here? It's pretty important, and we talked about this yesterday. In the event that they brought it back there, what conditions would you want to do? Yesterday we didn't have to do that because odds were low, and we also had to digest the channel, which we did more than enough of yesterday. The channel, by the way, is between 3.3 and 4.9, okay? So what would you want to do today in this area here? Specifically on a 71.83 test, 71.62 open, 71.22 retest. What do you want to do in this area? Sweep it, right? You need to sweep back up, okay? It has to go directly back up if they're going to actually sustain that 712228 range, okay? You can't afford to stall in this area here unless what? There's only one way that it would be acceptable. Which is what? Yeah, no stalls, okay? But technically there's one scenario where it would be acceptable if, let's say, they swept but then stayed stuck in here. Could nesting in the channel also reduce volatility? I don't think that that's what's going to happen, but anyway. Could they do this and then could this still reduce volatility this afternoon? As much as we don't want to stay stuck here, okay, if they're not prepared to break these highs, then you're better off staying within the channeling ranges and maybe back to OR, okay? Or resetting your odds of pinning like 7.1, 7.2, 7.4. So this is one scenario on a 71.22 hold. And mid-channel sweep, so mid-channel sweep is like 7.1, 3.8, 4.1. Does that make sense? Okay. The best scenario for bulls is obviously to get back out of the channel. Can we afford to digest a bit between 7.144 and 4.8? So specifically around the mid channel, which is like 3.8, 4.1, 4.4. Yes, because we never really digested the mid channel yesterday. Like in the upper channel, they kind of just pushed it after the bell. So technically speaking, if they digest that area and then don't backtest and then see that continuation, then we have pretty good odds of getting out of the channel and not staying stuck in here today. Like worst case scenario would be to stay stuck in this range for the remainder of the session, but I don't think that that's the case based on a core to core break. Okay. That being said, though, if they do end up stalling this area here and don't get the full retrace, like back over 4.4, 4.8, 4.9, what would your next core to core spot be? So core to core to core. Give me both scenarios. Or you could do like core to mid core to core, or core to core to core. This would be the bad scenario, obviously. And based on where they stalled and where they open, this opening range is a volatile spot. So what would that entail? What are mid-core ranges? The 50s, right? So this would be one scenario, okay? This kind of, it still keeps volatility on, but maybe not as much as, you know, like staying stuck down here would, right? And if they did get to mid-core, then maybe they would have a chance of getting, you know, back to retest 7.4. This is one scenario. What would the bear scenario be on a core-to-core failure? What are your next core ranges beneath the 71.20s? I also noticed, by the way, I was trading oil earlier. Oh, it did hit the 89 target. Wow, that was a perfect tap, actually. That was a big indicator that they were going to sell off, okay? Because I was long on crude, and once they started clearing this 87, 81, it was around like 1035, 1038. I figured ES is probably going to start selling off here. So I had a bit of an earlier indicator, okay? That was the main reason I went short. Other than obviously the 6-4 stall and like 7-2, oil was a big factor in that too. So once they kind of came and cleared right here, and it was a few minutes earlier, if you can see this, do you guys see that? Like this 1023 to 1042 window, which was a little bit ahead of ES, okay? It was like this window here. So that kind of confirmed that they likely weren't going to hold a 5-8 spot. Yeah, 71, 71, 71, 85, 71, 70, 80, sorry, 70, 81. That's your next core range, okay? So that's a pretty steep move back down, which is also our weekly lows, our calculated area, right? So that would be the downside move. Based on how they're holding so far, I feel like that odd's not super high, but they do need back over 4-4. Like they definitely have to get back over this 4-4 range. Okay? Does that help you guys understand this trade a bit more? I already knew based on where they opened today that we're for sure going to see some back and forth and a bit of a fight in this range here, especially since they never even tested this area last night. They saved it for real time. Which was another factor here, like this 3-point range that we were talking about on the downside. I don't know if you guys can see this, but you see that? That 4-7? Okay, so that was a big reason why. Let me show you guys. That was the first area that triggered this morning. 714675 was our calculated spot from yesterday, but so where was previous high? 8550, I think. And then obviously we want to get up in here, but last night's lows, I think we're exactly at 50. Okay, so, and if we applied basically the same sort of logic that we had down here, of like 2.5 to 3 points to the 4.75. Like this area here would have been 4.7. That's the 3 to 2.5 range. Okay, you see where they held this morning? And then failing this kind of range in here is what would have triggered that steeper volatility, which makes sense because that would have been the same thing as breaking back beneath or to our 4.445 range, okay, which is what triggers 2.2. Booth pointed out the 81-minute bear flag earlier too. This flips at 11:33. Also, that's very closely aligned to like highs here from a 7:30 flip. One way you could look at that, okay, would be using the differential, so probably like 9 minutes. Probably had more volatile periods around this base in here, this failure right here, and we could for sure look to see if they can maybe get a structural break around 11:24 then. Okay, I'll find it for you. That's a good time frame though, but let me see if there's a better one. So you might get a 9-minute trigger a bit earlier than that based on where they... 82 minute. Did you look at that, or the 91 or the 117? Write these down. 82, 91, 117, 164, 205, 273, 410, 820. Those would be probably the more applicable frames. Let's see, 82 minute. It's not really the nicest structure, but it's likely more aligned with highs. That's a little longer than that duration. 1146 I feel like would put on quite a bit of risk. 91 is not till 1212. These ones are probably more closely aligned with mid-session. And then 117. 117 is interesting because this could easily be like a star reversal if they try to negate, and I like the overlap of that 1133 frame just because that's just before and just after. Thank you. The structure on the 81 is nicer though. In terms of like a bear flag. I just want to see what, so 212 seems to be, we're going to write these down after, okay? I just want to see what periods these are. This 205 is interesting. This is where there's the crossover, because this is 1105 versus the ones that are a bit later, around 1130, 33, 24, 43. Does that make sense? So this would be an interesting one to watch. And then obviously to see if it forms a bigger bear flag or something. If they're going to give us a short back to the 70-80s, I mean, we would just take the short, but I want to see if they're going to try holding the channel range. This is the 205, so 410. This is also 230. Okay, so based on time, okay, do you see that 1105, you guys? This 1105 is the most correlated technically to highs. So far that's holding. So, but that's linked all the way through until 230, I believe. So, hold on. So the 205, we could maybe watch on shorter time frames of 41 and 25 minute. Okay, that's a 205 minute interval on that 11:05 a.m. But we could watch a 20. What did I say? 25 and 41, just for some of these shorter time frames. I just want to see what kind of intervals they have here. So 11:30, 11:55, 12:20, 41. 11:46. 11:46 is probably worth noting because there was that period right around here on those other frames that I watched for. So there's a mid interval at 11:24. 11:30, 33 is likely the period that if they wanted to retest, it would be as early as then. If they sustain, then they'd really have to try pushing back by that 4-6 window, because this could extend all the way through until essentially 2:30 this afternoon. Okay, and then some of these are later odds around 3:27, 3:14, And then the latest odd is 352. I'm just gonna paste these so I don't lose any of them, because I do have to reset my chart. So what is this one? This was the 314. I'm just gonna write them down. 327. 1212 was a very common. This one's very common flip. So it was multiple occurrences. So I would document that. 108 was another one. So we'd obviously watch around the 104, 107 period. And then these ones were closer to that 130, 143. Did we have any catalyst around 1 this afternoon? I knew we had the Fed speaker coming up, I'm pretty sure. I did mention that on Sunday. Isn't that... I'm pretty sure that was today. Okay, I think that's all of them. Oh, and then 1146. Okay, let me reset this, because this kind of gives us an idea. Also, it's not just based on these structures here. It's also like, pay attention to the structures. Remember how I was saying that oil was a bit of an early indicator? You can clearly see the 1123.24 that I was mentioning on CL on these structures. Look, because this is when CL also had broke my range. So that was really interesting in terms of alignment, especially considering that this point in the day was the point in the day that was linked to the pre-market high on ES. Okay, so that's actually very, very, very cool that the two aligned really well today. This is honestly what kind of gave me the thesis that they would likely break down. Oil getting a really nice move on the upside, guys. 70 or 89.30 break would imply that 90.13, 90.21. I have alerts set on XOM here too at 148. So 11 or 10:23 a.m. on CL was also the 10:24 a.m. flip on ES. Was linked to high a day, which of 71.83, which was also the structure break on oil. Okay. I should have done a poll here. Okay, let me set the times again. So what do you guys think? This 11:05, and we did say that, what was it? 11:24, 11:30, I think we said, and I should have written that one down. I didn't write that one down. Was it 33? I think it was 33. That was the only one I did not write down. That was the earliest period to come back and retest these lows. I'm going to just mark 12 o'clock anyway, because that's a pretty common period, but 12:08, 12:12, 12:12 was very common. 108, 130. Oops. And then some of these later ones here. 2:30 was very important, so I'm going to shade that one in yellow, like probably this window here. We'll mark, I'm just going to mark the 3 o'clock window. It's not a flip, but I always watch that. It was closer to 3:14, 3:30. Was it 3:30? No, it was 3:27. 3:27 and 3:52, I think, was the last one. I think I missed the 143 though too. Okay, we have all of our windows marked. The 352 odd though was interesting, because that could mean that they might move structure late today. Okay, let's do a quick poll, because this is likely the earliest period that they can try retesting here. 11:30, 11:33, hold. I'm only going to set that to 1 minute since obviously the time is coming up right here. What do you guys think? You think that they're going to try holding above here and try getting another retest of 7-1, 3-8, 4-1, 4-2? Can you guys vote on that, please? CL about to trigger that 90 13 spot, while ES is sitting right at lows. Plug is still holding that 305, 309. Let's get more votes than that, guys. Come on. So I would say if they can sustain structure here and base the higher low, they would have to try pushing around that 11:45, 46 window, okay? Otherwise, this is just delaying that formation. Also keep in mind too that this could also be the same period that, like, you see how this is making a bear flag? So this could obviously continue. I would still track these time frames too, like 12:54, 2:15, 3:36. Okay. What are some scenarios that they could play out on this 205-minute chart? I want to see what you guys think. Nice job on this short, Booth. It was a really clean short, especially off the 7-1, 7-1, 7-1, 6-4 stalls. So what kind of scenarios could we see off the 205? One is that they just keep this in a doji. Okay, at that point, it would be better to kind of go back like this. Okay, that could be the neutral scenario. If they back test, hold neutral ranges, come back, maybe at 230 and push back into the close. Okay, that's one scenario. A second scenario would be, so this is the 7106, 7110, 7114 scenario, aka neutral. That would kind of just keep us in a doji. Another scenario would be that they maybe retrace or retract only 25% of the range. They can't quite get back over 714445, and then that could end up forming a bit of a bear flag for the second half of the session, okay? Which ends up keeping us basically range bound for up to 2 hours, just FYI. Kind of between the zone and channel. This is what could trigger the bigger short back to the week's lows, okay? Another scenario would be as if they fully negated, which would be engulfing this period. I feel like for that to happen though, they would have to be out of the channel before the median range. So if this is between 230 and 1105, they would absolutely have to, one, make a higher low at this period, but two, at least be out of the channel, I would say, 205, like before 1 o'clock, so probably closer to that 1246, 1248 period. Okay, otherwise there's no chance that could happen unless there was like news. Obviously there is a Fed speaker, so I mean later this afternoon if they wanted to push down range, so that also makes sense with the 2:30 Fed speaker. because our bear bar potentially flips at 2:30. Do you guys think that that's a coincidence? And this is aligned with high of day and it's aligned with current lows. That 2:30 period with the Fed speaker is aligned with high of day and that 11:05 low. That's pretty insane. So we really have to watch the structure on this frame, okay, and kind of manage the median flip. So 1246 to 1247, 48 period is the median. We could probably start looking at it in 25% intervals too, just to be on the safe side. And this runs until duration till end of session. Another scenario too would be that they retrace it back to 50%, which is basically getting it back over the 7150s, like 7152, 54. This is the scenario that I mentioned that if they do something like this, they could just basically keep it pinned to OR. Does that make sense? Like around the 71, 52, 58, 62, 64. Basically, they would keep it beneath 64, but above 52. Okay, so that this is maybe risk reducing type of scenario. Those are the only three things that could play out, really. And again, a lot of it's going to depend. I think the best scenario that could play out would be back testing the 7106, 7110 and holding. Personally, that to me would be the better scenario based on what happened here today, but versus getting the full retracement down. But since we have a Fed speaker, there is that chance of some volatility coming in this afternoon. Did anyone join on the oil long? This one was really clean. Individual oil names didn't move too much, but the underlying did. Why are you guys getting cold weather and snow? And somehow it's nice over here. It's so nice outside today. It's plus 22 degrees, which is not really heard of during April here, especially after getting like 30 centimeters of snow last week, which is all gone. I think that's a new low, right? Something interesting too that they did here is they left that tiny bit of room. Did you guys notice that? Like the two, because we have support around the 20 area, okay? Notice how they left that little buffer right in here. So there's a slight crossover now between the neutral zone. This is what I think has the higher odds, but I'm not always right. I can be wrong sometimes. But I feel like from a structural perspective, getting back into these neutral ranges it makes more sense, because then they'd have to put up a bigger fight in that area versus in the 7120s. Because off the weekly report, this is the area that basically can get us back to highs and also can get us back to, it's kind of the midpoint, right? And this area here is linked to the 7144, 43. So it's pretty interesting that makes sense though, because failing 4-4 should trigger back to the neutral range. Does that make sense, you guys? Like in this kind of sense of things, like this area here is directly correlated to the 4-4. So in my mind, it would make sense that stalling here and not breaking there is what could lead you back to here. Okay. Do you guys have that visual that I sent? Like, where is it? Do not forget, 7144 is correlated to neutral ranges and to highs, okay? It's the median. So 7144 stall can imply neutral retest. Where we opened today, highly implied volatility and potential retest of our neutral ranges, okay? If they end up holding the 7120s, that's going to give us the highest odds of getting back to these ranges today. Whereas if they take it to the 7110, 06, 14, 18 area, then that we could still hold there, but they'll likely have a higher odd of keeping it pinnable in between the zone or the channel, if that makes sense. And that would kind of just entail a reset. So far, they're keeping it sideways. Did any of you guys try a long off 7120s? Like 7122, 32? You could. I would just maybe do tomorrow's expiration versus today, just to be on the safer side. But you might have to set some really tight stops because there's multi-flips here, and like I said, there's still room to come back to this area in here. And we have to see how crude reacts to this 90-13, 90-21 spot. That's a really big area here, because think about it this way too. If oil breaks this range in here, that's a huge leg up, which could be a big leg down on the index, right? Let's see what you guys think. Max downside range for real time today. 7120s. 71. I'll make it a little bit easier for you guys. Like between 70.99 to actually 71.14 to 71.18. 71. Okay, I'm gonna set that for, I'll set it for 10 minutes. You guys vote on that, because this is a very crucial period, especially ahead of the 22nd, because our 7th bar flips over tomorrow. So closing price on the 21st is very, very important, okay? So what they're doing today matters a lot, and this is why this period makes sense to be volatile, because they're trying to test both sides. That's why yesterday when everyone was saying, oh, they're going to come back to 70-80, I'm like, no, they're not. And not on the 21st, like, or on the 20th. If they are going to do that, it would make more sense to do that on the 21st, because, and definitely not without testing both sides of the trade, okay? Like, they would have to test back to the 71.44, 71.60s, and potentially 71.70s and 80s, which is exactly what they did. And based on what they do in between here, is what's going to determine if they're going to get that hold or if they're going to basically break us back down. This is also essentially, I think, the 50% range from weekly open, weekly lows. Let me just double check. Yeah, it is. Like this area in here. So you can kind of see how it's linked to 714275, 7134. Okay. And obviously do you see how it's kind of right in between here? So they're basically playing with fire here, because market knows that this is a huge area for them to hold if they want to keep 7th bar continuation on, right? Hopefully this visual helps. So 7120s for odd basis is the best odd for getting 7170s, 80s retest. Okay, keep this in your minds, because that's a core. So 7120s is the highest correlated to 7158, 7164, and 7171 to basically 7178, 7185. Okay. Neutral spots is most correlated, I would say, to 7144, 48. So it's not that it completely takes away odds, it just keeps it neutralized, okay? This area here. $71.44, $71.48, 52 alive. Failure of 71.06 is kind of what would push this area failing, is what could push back to the bottom of the zone and weekly core lows. Could you technically still hold weekly core lows and still reverse between the 22nd and 23rd? So what I mean by that is, could you technically take this, what they're doing this week is insane because this is very calculated. Could they technically take it back here, let's say 70, 80, 81, and still get back to 71.24? And even if they delay till next week, let's say, but or try pushing, like, I guess after, could they still do something like this for the 23rd, 24th? Like, you definitely could. That would be a core to core move, right? Did they leave room on both ends? What's our overhead on upside? 7188, 719293 area, right? What's our over or support on downside? 80, 81. What do they basically end up doing? Where do they hold this week? They held 8.5, right? Close to 8.5, somewhere around there. Do you guys see what they're doing? This is the best visual that you can look at, okay? They're keeping both ends open, okay? Kind of like what they did here around the 4.4, 4.6, and the 7.4, okay? So once you clear 7.3, 7.4, that's going to give you the better odds. 6.4 is kind of the median inter point. 4.4, okay? I don't know if this helps you guys, but this is where your odds either start increasing, decreasing. I did send out a visual ladder if it helps, but this is what they're basically doing. They're keeping both ends open. And right now this is kind of sitting right in between. Does that make sense? Hopefully this is a bit easier to see. So if you hold down here and get back to here, okay, then at least you still have somewhat of an odd of getting back to retest 6.4 and 7.4 retest, right? Could you hold here and get back over 4.4 and still fail 7.4 a second time? Yes, okay. That would probably be a steeper move down, okay? Does that make sense? Because if you retrace back, but slightly breach, which is what they're doing, because they still technically took this a little bit beneath 20, okay? That implies volatility, just keep that in mind. So the slight breach beneath 20 means that you have to clear 7.4. Otherwise, this volatility is going to be pretty high in the event it fails. Does that make sense? I want you guys to understand it from like a structural perspective, okay? Because the second time they revisit that, they won't be as forgiving. They'd probably take it directly down to here, and then that's where they can decide if they want to have the full core to core breakdown, which is back to here, okay? And that's what could take out weekly lows, last week's open close, which was the 70, 78, 77 area, which are the core ranges. Does that make sense? Okay, it'd be kind of like a lower core stall on a core breach is what that would be, because this is a core breach, core stall, if they did something like that. This is one scenario on the hold here. So your best bet would be if they did hold here and got this back over 4.4. If they're not prepared to take out these ranges today, are you better off delaying until the 22nd, 23rd, 24th? So let's say they took it back here, but then they're not quite ready to break. At that point, I would want to keep this beneath 6.4, 6.6, okay? Because even though that seems bearish, it's actually not. Coming back here and not going high enough is more bearish than stalling here, okay? It's a dynamic sort of thing. This is something that a lot of traders don't understand, okay? Price is relative to behavior. So, and obviously to like where you stall, where you fail. So it's actually not in your favor to go back here and then stall again. You're better off staying a bit lower, okay? You don't want to go too high if it's not high enough, okay? Especially if you breached a little bit lower than you preferred. So this is another scenario. This would be a pin the open scenario, or pin Friday's open. Does that make sense? Or Friday's close. So today they opened us at 71.62. Friday they closed us at 71.64.50, I think. Does that make sense? So this would be a pinnable into real-time open weekly close scenario. Back to OR ranges, okay? 7160s, let's say. Could this scenario keep volatility present though? Since it would be pinning in the means. Yes. Okay. Hopefully it didn't delete the flips. Yeah, it did. I don't know why it does that, even though I hit save. It's kind of annoying. This, I think, was 1212. $36 was that 81-minute flip. Or not the 81, sorry, that 82. And then we had 3-3 marked. We also had 4-6. I usually watch the 4-8-50 period. I'm gonna have to 314, 352, 327, 130, 143. And then that 230 period we said was very important for those structures. Do you guys see how they're keeping this stuck though? And specifically after 1105 but before 230, because they know that we could stay stuck for a while in these ranges, right? And these are very risky areas, obviously, to stay stuck for a full 2 hours here, but we said that these were the median points, right? 1147, 48. Isn't that what we said earlier? Between that 230 and 1105 window, I'm pretty sure these were the median points right here. So 7133 retrace at the midpoint. That could imply that they might want to take it back to the channel, but I want to see what they do here ahead of 12. And then I think we had jotted down 1212 as a very common flip. CL stalled here too, which is worth noting. Poet, I got an alert on my broker on that break of 1040, so I'm just watching to see if that one comes back up. That was a really good trade if any of you guys took this one with me. Like, it had the full move. This is insane. We covered this one last week and then again yesterday on that 738 and that 922 hold. Into the close yesterday, what I liked is the structural sustainment here. Do you guys see that? Like above these green areas here. So I feel like it had really good structure. Even though it didn't close at highs, it still had a good structural close. And then pay attention to where it opened this morning. Like right above this 897, and look at what it took out in the first minute. The 950 overhead. So that was a nice move on that one. We're looking for 12 on this one. I kind of put all of these in between, but these are the target areas. It has to get over this 1120 mark, but this is the range that we're looking for. I guess I don't need 1128 marked on here that many times though. Why is that marked on here that many times? And this. The 1350 was a big spot too because there was multiple confluence in that range, along with We won't really look at the 14 ranges just yet, but what did you guys vote on the poll? 7008, 7096 was majority vote. Second place was 7099, 7106, 7110. Okay. If they end up keeping this as a doji, like I mentioned as being one of the scenarios, that's actually in favor for bulls, at least to keep it neutralized. But that was the scenario that I wanted to play out because I felt like this would be the better scenario, which leaves a tiny bit more room for downside, but ideally hold those neutral spots. Maybe close to like 10, 14, 16, 18. No one thinks that they could hold 7120, 7118 and try pushing back to 44. Hey, no one thinks that there's even a probability. So there is an increasing probability because they did retrace 7133 off 48. 48 is the midpoint between that 230 and 1105 period. Okay, 1105 was that initial low. We could maybe watch some of the 1136 marks too, since that's linked with the new lower low, but so that could be like, I don't know, a 24 minute, 32 minute, 33 minute. I think was one of the earlier frames. 44, 48, 66. I think 88, 96 were the wider frames on that one. But on a smaller frame, you could also just use these. Okay, that's 1220. The 88, I think, was the bear flag that flipped. So this is a huge risk. Why? So this flipped at 1136 and it runs till 104. Why would this be a big risk for the session today? Specifically this. Especially if they don't start retracting soon. Why would this be a risk? Is that a valid 3-bar for continuation on this structure? Especially if they don't retract or retrace. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. That could imply continued downside until 230, 232. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fourth bar is between 232 and market close, which would be durational potentially until end of day, or exhaustion not occurring until at least the 232 to 4 o'clock period. Considering we have a Fed speaker at 2:30, it's pretty insane that all of these big structures flip at these times, okay? What would they have to do in order for this to negate? So we already said that this period here was aligned with this 1105. Which period is going to be aligned with this 1136 hold? Right here. You guys think? Or at least a midpoint. Does that make sense? What's the midpoint? You could use that 44 minute. This is like 44 and a half minutes. Okay. So around 1219, 1220, I would say. 1221. That's a crucial point in the day to see if they come back, either retest lows or try breaking back over this 7133 structure. Considering this is durational till end of session, the median between here and 232 those are going to align with the 104 period. Okay, so what you could also do is maybe measure the mid-range between here and here in terms of time, so like 66 minutes or so. This is going to be a very important period, okay? Around 124, 125, 127. So conditions right now would be, ideally, if they want to try sustaining this, you want to try getting the retest of the 3-3 area so that they can give an odd of retesting 4-4. Okay, because I think the fact that they tested here is helping odds of the 3-6 period avoiding mass volatility. Does that make sense? Because 4-7, 4-8, 4-9 is linked to this 1105. 1136 low is linked to this 1219, 1220. Okay, the midpoint range between that would be here. Okay, so the median time range between this period is, so 32 minutes would be 16 bars, so right about here. 1204 is the midpoint here. If they can get this back above the channel, which I figured they had a decent odd of doing considering that 1148 mid time frame retest, okay? 1148 is linked to that 1105 low, which could be durational till 2:30. So these tiny time increments are crucial in terms of like negating volatility. Okay, so we could see some price movements here and a retest of 7144 as early as 1204, ideally by 1220, 1221, 1218 period. Okay, so this range in here, even if they don't clear it, it's just to kind of reduce volatility a little bit. I feel like because no one voted for them holding 7120, they'll probably hold 7120 because that got the least votes. 3.8 is like the median point, so 3.8 would be pretty big too. Because if they're able to do something like this, then they could really negate risk by 2:30. And then that would be probably the higher odd of getting that engulfing scenario panning out, because could you technically engulf this 88 minute if they don't have that continuation, and specifically if they start hitting those mid-range flips? So exactly what we're doing right now off the 1204. Is negating this in the market's best interest in terms of risk for the 22nd, 23rd? It would be a pretty big push to negate, but they'd basically have to get it back above the 714448, okay? That's going to increase odds of getting a full engulfing this afternoon. If they did something like that, that means that they could engulf the 4-1. I don't know if they have the momentum to do that, but at least we can kind of track here. I don't know why it keeps deleting those. Maybe I need to stop resetting that. 1204, we said, right? Was the midpoint. I know it deleted that. Yeah, that's so annoying. Do you guys think it's a coincidence that they have Fed speakers at 2:30? And our biggest flips that are linked to low of day, high of day are linked to 2:30, 2:32? This is why I don't like I don't believe that anything is ever a coincidence anymore when it comes to trading. Everything is already pre-set up. It's always aligned. I'm going to take a bit of a break, you guys. I'll leave the screen on, but I'm going to probably take like a 10-15 minute break. I still have the long open off 71.22, and I still have some short contracts with the stops triggered if they come back over that 7-1. I was gonna put 7146, but I put it a tiny bit higher, closer to 7147, because they could easily still stall for 748 and bring it back down, right? So that's up to you. Obviously, I'm putting on a bit more risk by having it a little bit higher than that, but my short entry was back in here, so it kind of is relative to where your entry points are. Long as I did tomorrow's expiration though, and not today, which I mean, I might miss out on some of that range, but there's still some risk until 2:30, so I wasn't really fully prepared for same day expirations. If you're doing ES, I feel like it'd be a bit safer. I didn't get my fill in ES though. Do you see how these periods are linked to these periods and like they're almost trading at the exact same price? Because these periods here are linked to here. These periods here are linked to here. So you can kind of measure, you guys, then in like 16-minute interval, probably. Like 15 to 16-minute intervals. Oh, these were the spots that we had marked, and then it deleted the 1220, 1221. Okay, I'm gonna put myself on mute, and I'll be back. So I was just watching to see if CL stalls at this area here, then odds are probably reduced that ES is going to retest the lows, okay? So this 1219, 1220, 1221 period is pretty important to see which end they decide to take it to. So whether they're going to try retesting that 3133 or if they're going to come back and retest that 71, 21, 22 area. And I would say that this would be a big indication. So they did take it out, but no closing breaks above. Yeah, let's maybe mark these on here too. There were some odds as early as 1218, but and this is why I said it might be in your best interest to maybe avoid this period and maybe do next day or just stick with ES, because this could last until when? How long could they keep this sideways till or back and forth? Basically above 71.20, but beneath 71.44. Nope. Yeah, 230. Crazier, you could stay stuck in a doji. What are you talking about? Or this bar that we're referencing here. This doesn't flip till 230, 232. So it could just be a lot of back and forth price action unless one end obviously breaks. I wasn't done taking a break, but my phone alerted 90 on crude. To open two tabs here. Not that mid-session can't negate this. Obviously you could, especially since we have some odds around 1230, 1236, and specifically this 104, 108 period, right? But I don't know why this thing keeps deleting these. But you could probably set your condition that you'd have to be back into the channel at least by mid-session, right? Does that make sense? And probably by 1236, 1245, you like the only way that you could avoid staying stuck is by getting back over what? Don't get this wrong. If you guys get this wrong, I'm going to be really annoyed. So you could avoid staying stuck until 230, 232 with the condition that you meet XYZ by what period of time, okay? So this is clearly the midpoint between here and here, which aligns with our mid-session, okay? But you have to obviously meet some specific conditions for that to be the case. Otherwise, I don't really think any progress would be made. So if you're looking at like 207, 205, even if you look at like the 103, 102 minute, then do you see how it aligns with mid-session by fault? Do you notice that? Like this period aligns with mid-session by default, okay? When's your mid-session? 1245, okay, 1248, this period here. These midpoint breaks between 11:05 a.m. and 2:30 is right around this 1247 mark. But that's not going to happen if you're not cleared above what? That's where you have to set your conditions. What would you have to be cleared above for you to not stay stuck or keep going back and forth or be at risk? 1220 calculated flip is backtesting here. These were the odds of getting a retest of that 1136 period. I'm using 16-minute intervals because it seems like that's what's correlated to this. I guess you could also, you could technically use the 31-minute intervals too, which is basically 15.5 minutes times 2, but 1207. I just want to see what these line up with. And you can see this stalled again. Do you guys see that? Look at the 1220 test here on crude. That's pretty insane timing because that was the timing I was looking for on ES. 9013 stall at exactly 12:20 p.m. calculated time interval. And this isn't even a time interval for crude specifically, it's specific to ES, but do you see how the two are directly inverse one another? Do you guys see that or no? Like, this is pretty impressive analysis because that's the exact time and price. So 9013 break at 12:20 would have likely triggered the retest here, okay? Off these periods here. So because it did it and because they stalled again, this can keep this delayed, right? Especially through this period here. And yeah, that's right. 1271.44 is the correct answer. Is this helping you guys at least get a handle on how they're trading this, or how they could trade this for the, hopefully not for the next hour and a half, but technically speaking, if they wanted to do that, they could. I was right yesterday about them keeping it stuck all day, and I really didn't want to be right about that, but this is still a 2-hour period from here. Do you think any progressive price action has been made during this period here so far? What do you guys think? Has there been any sort of price progression? There's two things that specifically stand out. And it's very obvious, actually. What do you guys notice here? There's for sure some confliction. There's that 2.5 point range right there. Meaning they probably could afford a tiny bit of risk to 71.18. They're doing exactly what they did earlier, okay, back in here, where they're keeping it 2 points, 2.5 points above, or below, sorry. 2.5 points above. Two and a half points from yesterday's lows are closer to 71.18, okay? But they also took it back over 3.3 during these periods, which is still a channel entry, but stall 3.8, which is the mid channel. Because your channel stops around the 4.9, 4.8 area, okay? So what can you make from this? Do they still have room for, no, I wouldn't even call that downside, but to keep this sideways, basically. Yeah, because they technically they could still take this back to 20 and make a slightly lower low again around 18, 19, and then still do the exact same thing that they've been doing for the last hour and a half. This has been an hour and a half now, hasn't it? Almost. And I do think that they could see some structure breaks around mid-session, because that would make sense, especially since mid-session is also aligned to these median intervals today between lows and the 230, 232 time frame. So what period in time is mid-session for real time? I'm gonna start deleting some just so it's not too messy. Which period is classified as the mid-session? Yeah, 12:45. So, and we have some calculated odds today at 12:47.48. We said, right? So, okay. So give me a condition. What would you want to do, specifically by this period here? That 81 minute, by the way, flips at 12:54. Okay. This obviously can't engulf by 12:54. Like that would require quite a lot of room, but could they try having a third bar negation period between 12:45 and 2:15 if they wanted to, considering they did take out the lows here? We don't always see third bar negations, but I want to see if there are any bear flags that are already hitting their fourth bar periods. It would probably be like the mid intervals, okay, like maybe, oh, this isn't really linked. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is more for structure though, not for timing. I just want to see something like this. Okay, can we watch the 53 minute? Because this has some alignment with 12:33, so that's just before mid-session, and then the 126, and this is already on its third bar, so that means they could take out lows in the next few minutes here before mid-session occurs, and then that could help maybe some exhaustion happening around that period. 53 minute. A lot of these are kind of just stuck. They're probably just over an hour. Okay, so 60-minute even looks good. A lot of these are hitting some fourth bars as early as like 12:54.1. Okay, who wants to help me track these? Because there's probably going to be quite a few, and they're not the best looking setups in terms of like being directly correlated to highs, but they are nice in terms of structure. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 119. So there's, even though we can't really see them, there's a lot of fourth bars coming up pretty soon during this 12:54.1, 119, 130 period. So I know we were watching mainly the 80, 81, 82 for some of those nicer setups on those bear flags, but okay, this is probably the best one I've seen so far, the 69-minute, 1, 2, 3, 4, and that flips at 133. And if they start seeing slight exhaustion between these mid intervals, like the 24, the 1224, 1242, then they could start negating them pretty quickly, okay? This obviously the 1 hour we already looked at, but where's that 53 minute? This is 1233. Okay, we'll look at a few more and then we're probably good from here. Even the 70 minutes nice too. For 1240. And a lot of these are just before and just after. This is really clean. So 74, 69 are so far the best ones. This one just flipped over at 1230 and runs till 144. Okay, do you understand how these, if they start exhausting on their third bar periods and some early fourth bar periods, specifically between just before and just after mid-session, but all before 2:30 and 2 o'clock, this is what could help basically mitigate risk for the later afternoon session. So 75-minute flips at 12:45. This one's aligned with mid-session. So that one's worth watching. And it's only on its second bar, okay? It might even be favorable to keep this slightly red, I guess, for this to have like some sort of a negation between that 12:45 and 2 o'clock period. 76 is another one. Most of them are around the 12:54, 1, 119, 130 periods. I haven't marked them all, but I'll go back and we started watching around the 80-minute, right? So, and the 81. These ones are more aligned with actual lows that occurred, but especially, or highs and lows. So this one was aligned with 1136 and flips at 104. I didn't look at anything above 96 minutes, so I mean, we could, but they're mainly around that 1 o'clock period, like 1:30, okay? The 90-minute hasn't taken out lows, so if they don't take out lows before 1:30, this is going to help structure a little bit. So getting some structural reads can be pretty hard sometimes, but these are the ones that are a bit more extended. Okay, so let's start marking them. What was the very first one that we saw? I think it was the 53. And then we did watch some of these. These ones were not, they're not as nice, but this one's not really valid anymore because it already went green between that 1104, 1208, but it is linked to our 112, so I mean, I guess we can just note it. It's not going to be one that I track though. And then obviously these ones were very important because they're linked with highs, but So mid-session approaching here. This is a very, very crucial period to get back first over 71.33. Secondly, retest 71.38. And then, of course, the 71.44 reclaim. I feel like if they can do it within this window, because there's also some fourth bars that start flipping as early as this, like these periods here, specifically off like this 54 minute. Do you see this? This is between 12.33 and 1:26. This is what could really help negate some of the risks that we're seeing for the second part of the session today. Otherwise, those could have really massive continuation, especially on like these frames, like the 205 or do you see what I'm saying? Like these ones here. 206 is actually a really nice time frame too, because it's kind of more correlated with some of these highs. This one too. Okay. This is closer to 1242. So or 242. I am seeing some flips after 1230, 1232 that are linked to highs and also pretty closely linked to lows around that 1106, 1111, 1136 period, and they're closer to like 1242 or sorry 242, 2:48 p.m. which could keep some of that volatility on, but that's a reduction stick here. And look at that. CL broke 90.13. So this could increase some odds here in terms of downside volatility on ES. And specifically around this mid-session period. So we'll see. This is an older template on CL. I'm kind of using both just to kind of see, but this one seems a bit more accurate than that one. That's a 913 close, you guys, and a 921 test. So this is what could start extending or expanding downside on ES. Let's do a poll, because this is I'll set that for just 2 minutes because there's not that much time. Can you guys vote on that, please? So, a few odds that could happen here. Technically, they could retest 18 and still retrace, but they'd have to do that pretty quick. I'm speaking mainly in regards to this period around 12:45, 47, 48. And we should start getting a closer idea based on what they start doing here. I know this has a lot of flips, but this is a very complex duration of time for these next 3 hours. So 90.21 is closing on crude. I don't know if anyone did any of the oil trades. XOM was a very good long if anyone took that, or even XLE. I usually just take one or the other, but these were some alternatives if you're not trading futures. On SPX, we're basically right back above core ratios. That's pretty funny. And right back to the bottom of the zone here. I don't have anything marked above this on SPX. Let me quickly mark this. Hold on. So they basically stalled the channel. That's actually really interesting. So on ES, they stalled 71.83. On SPX, they actually stalled the top of the channel at the 71. 47 mark, and right now they basically stalled 7132, failed to hold 7120s, and currently trying to stay within the zone, which they're struggling with a tiny bit. Okay, so this is an interesting look in terms of seeing it from a different direction. Okay, let's get more. Oh, I only said it for 2 minutes, I forgot. Break beneath. Okay, so majority of you voted that they would break beneath 7118 during this time interval here. So specifically around this 12:45, 47, 48. That's technically mid-session. Even though they have some odds at 12:54, 104, technically speaking, mid-session is here. So this would be the period in time. This chart is so messy now, I can't even look at it. XOM is right back to our spots too, by the way. So 148, 50, 58 was that area from the past. And on these breaks is where we could maybe see the 149.26 to 43.56. They stalled 49 yesterday. And like I said, this is a pretty big spot on oil, so it would make sense if crude continues here, specifically above like this 90.50. What do I have on here? Yeah, 90.50, 90.51 mark. That is what could also trigger continued downside on ES. It is especially right around mid-session. So the timing today has been pretty insane that they're aligning exactly with ES. So 90.13 at 12.20. So we would watch the 12.45 to 12.47, 48 intervals here on crude. And the breaking mark is this 90.51. Okay. I'm just going to change those. So majority voted that we would break beneath. Okay, so since you guys voted that we break beneath, let's do another poll in terms of where do we hold. Okay, so if we break beneath 71.18, do they try holding 71.10.14? Do they hold closer to 71.06, 70.99? Or do they give us the full breakdown to like 70.88? Hold on. I'll set that for 2 minutes again. So I figured that they would get it here today. That to me seemed like the best case scenario. But depending on timing and structure, obviously, we'll kind of decide if they're going to give us full range down back to weekly lows or if they're going to try holding mid zone. New low here, guys, just ahead of 12.45. Can you guys vote on that, please? So the area that I figured had the most confluence was closer to the initial sustainment around the 14.17, but they definitely have some odds of getting to 71.06, 71.10. I just don't know if they would do it directly during this interval here. I feel like 71.14 and 18 around mid-session makes a bit more sense because I think 71.10.06 at this point in time could really increase volatility since there's the extensions around 104, 12.54. Does that make sense, you guys? So this isn't specific to mid-session, so I don't know if that helps or changes your narrative, but I was thinking they'd probably try holding the 14-18 area first because there's a lot of potential risk if they were to break 14, okay, as early as here because there's multiple fourth bar flips coming up at 104, 12.54. And so I figured that at the very least, if they break beneath 18, they'll probably try retesting 2122. 1245 trying to sustain above 7121. CL hasn't yet tested 9051. Okay, majority voted 7106, 7110. So far they held 15 and closed above 1775. What would they have to do during this interval here, specifically from 1245 to this point in time? Ideally by like 4-8. I don't know if they could do it by 4-8, but let's say by before 1. What would they have to do to really reduce risk, especially since we've already tested 7116 now? You'd have to get back over, or at least retest that 3233 mark, okay? Otherwise, you're just kind of prolonging the 14 or 10 retest. I had a feeling this was going to break right now. I could see based on structure. Poet's breaking 1040, you guys. I don't even have my headset on, so I don't know if you guys could hear me. But I didn't feel like putting this on my head. It's pretty insane how well aligned crude is with ES right now, especially off these specific calculated lows. And just also note, you guys, that it basically, you can basically use ES as a cheat code, okay? Because the areas that they could take ES to are the areas that SPX is testing. Does that make sense? So look at where this is testing. 7081 on SPX, which is the calculated range on ES, okay? And they stalled 710506 here. So this is actually a really good way of basically use this as a cheat code. 7081 hold on SPX. $71.22 sustaining so far at 1247. These are our lower core ranges here between 2122. So my thoughts were, if they can hold here, I highly doubted that they could get to 3.2 as early as this point, but they definitely could try before 1. 104 and 112 is a very important period for some of those earlier structures we looked at that were directly correlated with lows and highs. There's nothing else scheduled until 2:30, so it would be in ES's best interest to avoid as much volatility as possible then before 2:30, especially since these are wider structural positions at that point, like for market structure, and then we also have Fed speakers, which can obviously trigger price. You're coming here asking me about a different strategy. I don't know. If you want to tune in, then you could just follow along. Okay, let's maybe vote on this. I'll set this one to 3 minutes because this is... They could still technically retest here and still come back and retrace, but the idea is to see if they're able to at least give us a retest of this range, specifically during these time intervals here, okay? And there's multiple structures that flip after 1. I didn't mark all of them because there was just too many, but 104 was one of our most important frames along with 112. But the structures I noted were 119, 122, 126. 127 was our initial flip. 130, 133. So you see all the red lines I marked? Okay, these are directly correlated with those bear structures. So basically, if they can avoid clearing beneath lows and retracing back over 3-3 during this specific period, it can avoid continued downside during these periods here, okay? Like around 215, 230, all the way through until basically end of session, because these are durational till close today, which would put us at huge risk, right? If they had downside continuation until end of session. So how important do you guys think this period is here? Can you guys vote on that, please? And oil's making a bit of a new high here and getting super close to that 90.51 mark. It just took out the high off that 5.3, 5.4. So that's probably going to increase volatility here again at 5.4. But notice it's like, it's a pretty controlled volatility though, because even like back in here at 12.36, back in here at 12.20, okay, like they're still controlling the downside. $70.81 is the calculated spot on ES, so we could basically use SPX as a tool, and specifically with the timing of them retesting these price points here. So like this was right at mid-session. We're going to obviously watch between the 104, because that's what would really continue downside back to like core ratios. Core ratios, I think, on ES are going to be aligned to the zone, basically. These areas here, like the 7101, 03, 04, and we opened at 7102 this week anyway, which is exactly why we're seeing a lot of two-directional price action. A neutral zone open is something that implies two-directional price action and volatility. a 71, 51, 2, 7, 8, like anything in the 50s and 60s usually implies volatility. So 716250 open this morning also implies volatility and a lot of two-directional price action, because market basically set up a neutral stance to start the week. So it's trying to test out which end wants to win. Okay, so it's either the breaks beneath 70.80 or the breaks above 71.88.92. Does that make sense? And currently they're holding both ends and they're keeping it right in between. The 21st had the earliest odds of getting some structure breaks and at least retesting 71.80. So far that played out to be true. And even if they don't retest lows during this session today definitely had odds of at least getting it back to that neutral zone, okay, to kind of set it up for that 2-day flip, which happens tomorrow. Tomorrow's the 7th bar. I didn't see what you guys voted for, but let's take a look at some of those structures we were watching earlier too, just so that we can see. So we looked at the 69-minute, okay. This flips at 133. That could put us at huge risk, especially if they're not retracing, because this could be continuation through. 70-minute runs until 150. This is where we could see that continued downside, but exhaustion before 230, okay, because this does hit the 4th bar in a lot of these frames. 53 was the earliest, but they kind of just reformed that into another bear flag. This one flips at 1. So I asked you guys to track these, but I don't think anyone did. This flips at 119. This one kind of reformed. 130. So we definitely have continuation. A lot of these though are just before 230. 74-minute was one of the cleaner setups. This one flips at 144. So based on what I'm seeing here, a lot of these bars on the nicer structures, like I said earlier, they don't flip until around 130, 144, 148, 2, which is what can keep risk pretty high, okay? Because typically your exhaustion would start around then. 81 minutes only on its 3rd bar, and that doesn't flip till 215. That being said, if we see continuation from now through 1:30, 2 o'clock, 2:15, 2:30, okay? And these points in time are directly linked to lows and highs. Could they exhaust us during Fed session? Think about it. If we're exhausting ahead of the session on a lot of these 4th bar periods. From a market dynamic perspective, that would make sense, because that would essentially mean that they're basically already setting in downside ahead of that. Otherwise, the 4th bar expansion would be pretty huge, especially between 2:30 and close, right? Because you can have either 4th bar expansion or exhaustion. 1 o'clock getting that 71.14 hold. So we wanted to see if they come back test, whether or not they could at least try retracing back to this area here, specifically around this 104, 112 period, just to see if they can mitigate some of this risk, because we have very, very huge risk all the way through until, like I said, all these time frames we just looked at. Okay. Is this in our best interest to try sustaining every single move that we make? So notice that they're like 71.14 hold, 71.18, and then they retrace 71.20. Okay, so that should be the theme, and then retracements, so that they do what? What are they doing here? Especially with these kind of structures that we have on. Like, these are from the theories I use that I created. Usually we have exhaustion occurring around fourth bar periods, okay? Sometimes they can exhaust as early as the third bar. The third bar should be the period that you start seeing some sort of relief, okay? From what we discussed earlier, would we want to see relief around 71.14.18? Even using base theory, okay? What do you guys think? That's basically a hold above the neutral zone, okay? What do you think? Market pricing and talk on Tuesday. If Trump is speaking around 4 p.m. Eastern today, 3 hours, 50 minutes before supposed ceasefire end, then maybe we can get something. It is Tuesday. Oh, that's hilarious. You guys, there's a ton of fourth bar flips coming up. Okay, if they start exhausting ahead of these fourth bars, which, let's just clear this so you guys can see them, okay? These are the fourth bars. A lot of them are coming up. This one's already starting to exhaust a little bit, which was 12.45. Same with this one. A lot of these started exhausting a bit early. Okay. Oops. Even this is not until 246. Even that. Okay. Let me delete these. Okay, this is the majority of these fourth bars coming up right here, okay? So if they really, really, really want to see forms of exhaustion, that's typically the area that they'd want to do it in, or the point in the day. 90.51 breaking on the 71.10 trigger on ES. And specifically during this 104 to 108, 112 period, this is the period that implied the highest range in volatility, since it's basically the midpoint between the final third and fourth bar flips on a lot of these structures. My thoughts today were, ideally, if they can get some structural holds around 71.06, 71.10, then they can try to neutralize there. This is a pretty big spot, though, to break on oil, because like I said, if they push here on crude, this is what could trigger the 70.88 retest on ES. Kind of like see this here. But the issue is that there's multiple flips. These are third bar bear continuations, okay? Yeah, and then give us fourth bar exhaustion periods ideally. Otherwise, I do think they would bearish engulf, and that would look ugly. Okay, especially if they did that during 2:30 to 4 p.m. are those fourth bar durations. So it's a pretty nasty scenario if they did do something like that and had like the fourth bar continue on some of these, specifically ones like this. Okay, because this would run all the way from basically 144 until 258, and these ones here would basically run from 215 until 336. Okay, and the ones that are the closest aligned to highs and lows would be from 232 until 4. Okay, so this is what could put us at some pretty massive risk into the close, specifically relative to what they do during these third bar periods. And they're mainly between 1 and basically 230. Okay, $71.06 tested. I did take some short covers off that 71.06, 71.10 test just because that was my first bigger short target. And also because we have our 108, 112 triggers coming up here. Does taking out 7103, 7106 trigger mass volatility, specifically this area here? 7099. Think of like the orange range as like kind of playing with fire. That's what could take us back to 7088 basically. And especially if they do this during like these third bar periods. Do you think that they could try to defend 7103 to 7106, 7110? Kind of like how they did around 7118 to 22? Because these are basically our spots when looking at it from that ladder. Okay, is this range in here, which they initially tried holding. Then the 7114 had slight structure, not as much, but I figured it was closer to 7110, 7106. This area here. Risk really increases, I would say, if they bring this beneath 99. Okay, this area here. So kind of like how they defended this range in here off 21, 18, 20. There wasn't really much defense at 14, 18, which makes sense because 7106, 7110 has more confluence, especially in terms of like a downside trigger. And specifically at these times of day, 7104 I think was triggered here, 7105 retest, and this is right before this 112 flip, you guys. So 111, 112 is going to be a very important time to see whether or not they hold the line here or if they flip this back up, because I think 112 was the one that was linked to highs. 112 is linked to the 72.96, 128, 144. This was linked to that initially 1136 low. So this period here is linked to this period here. And this was the period that they tried. That's when they breached beneath 71.20. But this is what implied that they could take it to that next zone, which is the 71.06 test, okay? And then weekly open was here. And this is the area that can really trigger downside volatility. 112 retesting the weekly opening range. These are the areas that I figured are likely going to increase volatility in the session today. It seemed very likely that they would at least take it back to this neutral reset. If they give us the full zone fill, honestly, that would be pretty good, considering they're doing this during these third bar periods. If anything, that's probably the better time of day to do it, because then it gives us time to do what? What would that give us time to do? If they're giving us our third bar back test, fourth bar is usually the period that could start exhausting, okay? And if they start doing that as early as 130, 144, 148, so on and so forth, basically before 2, what could that allow for ahead of 230, 232? Yes, then you can try retracing it. At least gives you somewhat of a window to save face before Fed gets on the mic. Anyone try the oil longs? This was a really good hedge against the market. XOM stalling our 148.58 target. Some of the swing trades that we're in kind of just stalled. I don't think they've fully broken structure, but they are stalling. I figured plug is probably going to stay stuck in a bit of a 3-bar potential pattern setting up for tomorrow. So I don't really think this one's going to move much today, especially with market not cooperating. This one kind of just stalling around the 1013. I do think it has to hold close to like the 990, 989 area and get back over 1060. SPX getting back to those core ratios that we talked about. Okay, let's do another poll because today is very fun since we have a durational fourth bar between 2:30 and 4 o'clock and Fed. That's insane because that aligns high odds of volatility, fourth bar expansion or exhaustion periods, and a catalyst to push price, okay? Specifically with us testing 710302 ahead of that period from even happening. Max range for real-time session. So how many think that they'll try holding this 70.99, 7106? How many think that they'll probably push back to the zone closer to 70.88, 70.90? How many think that they'll give the full odds of retesting 70.80? So I'll put 70.78, 70.81. How many think that they could fully take out range today and get us to our next downside targets that we had planned for the week around 70.52, 70.54, 70.58? I'll set that poll for 5 minutes. The only other area I would think of is the 70.20s, considering we stalled core, but they would really need to accelerate for that to happen, and I'm not sure if they're going to do that without even having tested 70.81 yet this week. Okay, so let me just, I'll set that for you guys to decide. This is the area that can neutralize things for the market. So it's basically, they're very, very close to having an engulfing pattern happen here. I've seen it before relative to market dynamics where they don't bearish engulf just to kind of save face, and relative to the kind of like odds and dynamics we have. In this case scenario though, we can afford to engulf because technically speaking we have support at 70, 80, 81. Okay, so even if they did take out yesterday's lows, technically they could still bounce it off from there. Another scenario though is if they hold the neutral zone, which is, I'm just going to leave it just based on zone theory. Okay, so this, and these areas are actually calculated from today's session, so it's not even, it's not just based on the zone theory, they're also calculated ranges. Okay, so let me just mark just these spots here. Okay, so we have structural support at 78, 80, 81. Okay, we've already taken out or tested 85. We've stalled 8.3. Okay, we need to either break above 8.5 to 8.8 or break beneath 8.5 to 8.1. This is kind of the neutral spot that basically what this area could do is keep it two directional. Okay, so, and I would say closer to like 70, 98, 70, 99, right? If they fully break down this range, this is where they could have like that zone test that we talked about. But even if they engulf this, there's still that support range down in here. So the only way that they could fully get that secondary range of like 70, 50s, I would say, is they would have to accelerate this area here, and specifically during these time frames. So this range in here, this area here. Okay. There was a flip at 119 on one of those fourth bar flips, by the way. It's coming up. I don't remember what time frame that was. The 119 was the 61 minute. Which is what's triggering 60.99. This is a really, really nice short continuation, you guys. Specifically off the 71.31 stall right here, around 12.36 in mid-session, when mid-session failed to retrace at 12.48. Mid-session, however, reclaiming 70.20s right here is what could allow us to hold core ranges down here, okay? So 71.20s holding at mid-session is what could allow for 70, 70, 70, 80s to hold today. I only have 4 contracts left. I feel like I should have positioned better for the short trade. A secondary short area would have been right in here on these stalls, okay? Like on the 71, 32, 22 stall, and specifically at 104. Do they have odds to accelerate downside here based on multi-flips for these fourth bars coming in as early as 104, 112, 119, 122, 126, 130, 133? These kind of extend until basically 230. I'll let you guys know when I fully cover. I still think that they could try back testing the zone, but they might try retesting 7106 first, especially on a 70.99 breach. So they did take out 70.99, which is technically bearish, but they might try reclaiming 7102.06 first before that downside, especially since they have some fourth bar flips coming in at 122 and 126. That's interesting that only one person voted for 7050s. So it's tied between 7099, 7106. Well, technically speaking, they did take out, well, I guess you could say 7098, but they did take out 7099. You see what they're doing? This is exactly what I figured they would do here. Because I didn't think that they would just continue beneath 7098. That's a huge risk, because that would take us down another 12 points. They'd probably at the very least try getting back to 7106. Why do they do things like this, you guys? Especially off these areas. Why do you think they do stuff like this? What is this a form of? The 122 flip was the 83-minute time frame, by the way. So just so you can see it from a structural perspective. Okay, and this was linked to high of day. And this runs until 2:45, which obviously puts us at a huge risk. The reason why these ones are at such a big risk on like the 81, 82, 83 minute is, one, they're linked to highs, but they're only on their third bars. Okay? Does that really, really increase risk in terms of these bars not flipping until 2:15, 2:30, 2:45? Yeah, because that's a lot of time. So since they couldn't retrace, let's just clear this so you guys can see it from just the zone. Since they couldn't retrace, the zone right here, okay? And they're now playing with fire between the red and orange. Just look at this from a zone theory, okay? So clearly they stalled here. They stalled to get back over 2-2, 2-1 right here. Okay, but, and they did slightly breach right here. This is where risk really increases. What do you think they'd have to do in this area? Because remember, this 7106, 7099, go back and look at the charts and diagrams I made on Sunday. This is the area that can get you back to here, right? Which in the long run can get you back to here. That's a pretty steep move, right? So they have to act accordingly, especially around these ranges. If they had like some mid-core range, maybe the 20s and 50s, based on the fact that they tested the 80s today, this is definitely an area that you want to see some sort of structural response at, specifically at these points in the day, because we have multiple third bar, fourth bar periods coming in, okay? So right at 122, 119. I don't remember what the next one was, but I don't know if this helps you guys understand like risk mitigation. That's the word I was looking for. They're trying to mitigate some of this risk because it's a pretty big risk. It's not just a risk back to 70s, 70s, and 70s, 80s. It's a big risk back to 6900s. Does that make sense? Now that you think of it from that perspective, which is why I did start covering some in there, just in case they hold this range. Does that make sense? We have a lot of time, which is working against us in terms of like sustainment, because that's a lot of time to continue downside. But we have to think about it from like a very strategic way too, and which areas would they try to mitigate risk the most? Definitely this spot here. So what area would really help reduce risk? And there, even though this looks very negative, there were some positives. One of them being they still technically closed above 7120s during mid-session. That's a bull zone, okay? They did technically test 7130s at 1204, 1144, okay, 1148. They did initially hold 7120, 7118, 14. Okay, do you see what I'm saying? So far, structure is still pretty responsive. And you'd kind of rinse and repeat. So obviously you'd have to get back over 71.10, 14 to really start to reduce some of this risk here. This should be in here. I don't know why it's like that. Why does that look like that? It's like, so 71.06 is okay. That's still not enough to mitigate that risk though. They'd need at least back over the 14 mark. 130, 133 are the next periods, which are the 65, 68, 90 minute. Okay. Is the 90-minute third bar continuation a huge risk for us for the session today, especially at these ranges? Think about it. From a risk perspective, the market is sitting at potential fourth bar periods coming up with third bar extensions that run until close off these levels here. Okay? Is that a huge risk for the market? Do you guys know how these patterns work usually? So something like this, you could typically see a third bar, and you likely won't see any fourth bar exhaustion until that period. So like something like this, okay, but if they're already testing 71.03 on the second bar, that's a pretty huge risk if they don't immediately try negating this, okay? And if there's some crossover and overlap between the third and fourth bar periods, in other words, this is already hitting some fourth bars here, then it would be in our best interest for the third bars on these time frames to come back, retrace, and try to negate. Does that make sense? Otherwise, this is going to keep the risk on all the way till end of session today. And that risk is pretty steep if that was the case. Remember how I said on Sunday that we will probably see two, at the least, test of this neutral zone this week? And this should be an area that triggers extreme volatility each time, especially since this is kind of like a deciding factor. Even if you're using just base theory though. So base theory, the means, so the 50s, 60s, that's usually an area that triggers volatility. Okay. Yesterday we were stuck in the channel. So these are the 50s, 60s, and this makes sense because that's where we opened today. Okay. The yellow zone is a neutral stance. Okay. So this is where we are right now. So it would make sense that if they trigger beneath this, then specifically this orange range, which orange zone is the 70, 98 technically. This is where sellers will decide if they're actually the ones that are in control, okay? So even if you're not looking at this from just the main range, like this is, you could still easily use like the base theory, okay? And that's why I figure they'd probably have a reclaim attempt, which is what they're doing. So 60.98 or 70.98, sorry, hold, and they're reclaiming or trying to reclaim 71.06, 71.10, 71.14. Does that make sense? Because if they don't, then bears get full control. This is the area where bears will take full control, and structures are set up today for that to be the case. Could this be the low of day for the session today? I know it would sound crazy if it was, but could they technically hold this area here? If they actually do the third bar or fourth bar exhaustions early. So pay attention to what they're doing at 130. These are fourth bars, you guys. 130, 133 are fourth bar exhaustion sticks. It's important to pay attention to the kind of prices that they're reclaiming at these times, because this is what could essentially end up negating massive continued downside moves. I think the 69 minute was the 133 flip. Okay. Which period do we really want to try exhausting? And it makes sense. So this is what that would look like between 133 and basically 242. Based on my theories that I created, which bar is the most ideal to exhaust in? And it's going to be relative to time and price. So 133 retesting and reclaiming 71.10. I want to see if they can try triggering 71.14 to try neutralizing some of this downside short a little bit, specifically during these periods, because these are the fourth bar potential exhaustion sticks ahead of the 230, 242 periods before Fed speakers come on. We're still at risk, but this is neutralizing it just a tiny bit, okay? And that was why I decided I would probably be safe to take some risk off at that 70.99 to 71.06 area, just in case they do decide that they want to exhaust a little bit, okay? And based on base theory, this is the point in time where they would want to try to reclaim as opposed to giving bears full control. Which area would they have to retrace to fully put some control back in bulls' hands? You guys think? And I would say that would probably have to be done before 2, if that was the case. 143 was the point in time that was linked with the 91, and this was linked to, this was also linked to the 169. $150 was the 70-85 minute bear flags. Okay. Two o'clock was the 80, 100, 120. The 80 is this. I know my chart looks kind of crazy today, but these are the days that you have to be extra diligent, right? That was a really hard call to make if I want to cover some of my short at 70.99 and 71.06, because obviously I don't want to miss another like 40 points down, but this is a little bit trickier than people think. And if we get a third bar exhaustion and fourth bar periods during this 130, 145, 2 o'clock before Fed comes on, then I want to be ahead of that, obviously. Because you guys are missing the question here. What would they have to do by or before this period here for bulls to have some control back? Where would they have to retrace? We can probably start deleting some of these, like, probably don't need any of too much of these now. I have most of them memorized now. And anyway, they hit at our exact price point, so it'll be pretty easy to track, I think. I did post them all in Discord too, so. This was important too because this period is linked with these periods, and they did retract and retrace at these times, okay? So that is one of the big reasons why bulls have some control. Same with this 1247. Actually, I should keep the 1247, 46 period marked because this was mid-session. Come on, you guys. Which point here would be crucial for bulls to gain back some control, and specifically during these fourth bar periods, okay? And I don't know who's tracking them. I don't think anyone is tracking them, but these are the fourth bar periods. Does this fourth bar on the 60-minute or 1 hour so far look like it's exhausting a little bit? This runs from 1 till 2. Does that look like an exhaustion bar to you guys? I want you guys to make your judgments on these fourth bars, okay? Does the 61-minute look like it's exhausting a little bit to you guys? This could actually be an engulfing pattern on the 61-minute that runs till 220. That would be a retracement back to 7120s, which is the question I was trying to ask that no one's answering. But anyway, we have to get back to 7122, 28, 32 for bulls to gain back control, and it has to be during these fourth bar periods, okay? We did hit lows around that 119, 120, so I do think that using the 61-minute is going to be beneficial. That flips at 2:20 p.m. and that's ahead of Fed coming on the mic. So we have some exhaustion periods that are still favorable here so far. You could either have taken off some of your short. If you want to try longs off those, you could have too, especially off 60.99, 70.99, 71.06. Can't really see them on these, but those are technically still fourth bars. This is another fourth bar at 133. This runs till 242. Okay, so you could definitely start seeing some aggressive price action and retracements here. I think did they just retrace 7122? They did. So if anyone tried longs, that was a really, really good spot, okay? Because these are very big areas and they need to get back over 7122, 2832. Even though this looks bearish in like hindsight, like these were still positive things that happened here and here, okay? And I didn't think that they would take out 70.99, 71.06 without at least trying to put on a fight back to 71.22, 28. Did you guys go long on fourth bars? Exhausting. The period of exhaustion started as early as 104, 119, 130, 133. I'm looking to see if they can basically get a retest of 71.33. Because if we can get a retest of 71.33, and specifically, I said before 2, but technically you could do that as early as like the 143, 150 period. That's going to set us up for getting back into the channel, which is a pretty good place to nest in to avoid continued massive fourth bar continuation on the session today. It's basically, think of it as like ES going into hiding, okay? Because it knows if it's sitting down here at this time of day here, that it can go all the way back here. Does that make sense? So it's kind of like a way of not only mitigating risk, but really, really trying to put on a fight between basically bulls and bears on a much wider range. And not specific to today's date, but specific to the 21st is linked to April 28th and April 24th. Okay, so closing price today matters a lot for basically the next duration of now until month end. Okay, 70.99, 71.06, 71.10 is the area I preferred that they held today, just to keep those neutral odds in. And I'm not saying that they can't still take down 70.80. It's just I didn't think that they would take it down without at least trying to defend this area here. Does that make sense? And the majority of people might look at this and immediately think that they'll bearish engulf this, but it's not usually that simple. And we're in our 6-bar period on the 2-day. This 7th bar flips tomorrow. Kind of like how we're looking at the 4th bar periods on these microstructures. It's the same structures happening right now on the 2-day, okay? I'm looking to see if they can get a 71.32 retest. It seems like the earliest odd was 143. I didn't think that they could do it by 143, but I mean, I guess if they want to try. 150 was the next negation period, and that was linked to the 85-minute and 70-minute bear flags, I think. Yes. And this was, remember how I drew that 3rd bar earlier? And how I said that either they make a star or they engulf. So to engulf on the 70-minute, we have to take out 71.38 before 150. That would entail a 71.44 retest as early as 148, 150. Okay. This is a very, very, very hard call to make because I was short. How many think that they'll engulf by 150? Let's put in a poll here. Because these are the 3rd bars that I was talking about earlier, that if they can try putting in some pressure on these 3rd bar structures that run until close, basically, this is what will help market sustain. Because these structures here are what put us at risk until close, okay? From 2:30 until session close. And if Fed leans bullish, this is what could get us back to high of day today. Or at least back to OR. Engulf by 150. I feel like I have to set this quickly because we're probably already going to do it. I hope you guys captured the long, or at least covered some of your short with me. 71.33 retested at 143. 143 was the volatility trigger that I had. That's insane. They did that like the last few seconds. Did you guys see that? That's crazy. Look at the 143 stick. That was my flip. That was my calculated flip too. That wasn't a structural flip. That was a calculated flip at 143. You could also use that aligned with the 91-minute, which I know isn't really a nice structure, but we had the 143 marked from earlier today. 71.33 triggering at 143 can keep that odd for the 148, 150 window. They'd probably have to close above 71.32 though by 147 for that to be the case, or at least sustain 71.22. This is probably just the earliest period. There's some odds around 217, 216, 215. Wasn't 212 an important period today? I thought it was, because sometimes when I reset this, it deletes my flips, unfortunately. Majority voted no. Okay. The 2 p.m. periods are the 75, 80, 100 minute. So let's see what these marks are. A lot of these are going to be linked to the 71.38. So do you see how these 3rd bars on these time frames are trying their best to exhaust? Because if they can exhaust 3rd bars on wider frames, that really helps the 4th bar periods between 2, 3 o'clock, 2:30, 4 o'clock for end of session today. And these points in time are linked to high of day. Okay, so, and they are durational till close. Even if you don't, let's say, engulf by those periods, could you still see an exhaustion period between, let's say, 150 and 3 o'clock on something like the 70 minute, which is hitting its fourth bar, okay? Or something like these ones run till 220, right? This one runs until 2, and those are already on their fourth bars. The 69 minute runs till 242. And I would imagine crude stalled and started to sell off. I also noticed something interesting here too. When looking at oil, they basically stalled the mid-range here. I don't know if you guys can see that. Like between this area here and where that 9013 area is. Do you see that? Off this, like 93, 77, 78. And this 13 area, look at where they stalled. So, and they're trying to hold off 89 here and bounce back, which is obviously relieving some back test here on ES back to that 7114. Let's see what kind of range this gave during these periods, because this would have been the earliest periods to engulf. That's 16 points in range. Is probably very close to the top of the channel. Yeah, it is. So they're trying to prevent that channel sweep from happening. This would have been a channel sweep if they had continued at 143 above 7133. They would have swept the channel. That's pretty interesting. Isn't that cool that this would have aligned to, and especially the fact that it was at 143, that would have basically swept the channel. Okay, so they just prevented a channel sweep from happening. If they wanted odds of getting back to highs today, or retesting 71, 74 at least, okay, real-time highs, would they have to sweep the channel? The channel, by the way, is what we spent all afternoon digesting yesterday, and what we avoided last night so that we don't stay stuck. In real time today on third and fourth bar intervals, in order for them to get back there, they'd have to come back and sweep the channel, I would think, because otherwise that odd would be reduced. Chart doesn't always look this bad. It's mainly when we're trying to time things and align them to exact price. This was a very hard call to make down here, by the way. I would think that the majority here figured that they would continue the short trade and not try to first, at the minimum, retract back over 7106. These were some points, guys, that I'll point out here. The 125 stick, that was one of the flips. This retraced 7106, that was one of the first. That was one of the very first positives, I would say, in this reversal. Second one was the sustainment above 7102.03, so basically above weekly open. And then the third here was the 7110 retracement, okay? So, and right before that 133 flip. They didn't capture, something I did notice though, is back in here at 132.33, you see how they stalled 7114, and I had mentioned earlier if they break 7114, that's going to give the higher odds. I do think that had they done that, then they probably could have pushed at least back over like this range in here, like 7130, or potentially pushed us to 7136, 38 retest. Anyway, I don't know. Hopefully this helped you guys manage your positions today. I had done the initial short off this range in here. I covered some back in here, and then I had covered a bit more back in here. and I covered more here. I still have 25% of that short position. I'll only cover the rest if they come back over 71.44, like I said earlier. I did an initial long entry for tomorrow off 71.22. It was a pretty small size, which is essentially flat now. And then I did intraday long off 71.06, which I really need to manage closely. Otherwise, that can turn very ugly very quick. You could also set alerts on crude at 90.13, 90.21. Oil was also a very good indication today too. And oil not expanding fully, like kind of stalling midway, because otherwise that would have been a massive break back on oil, which would have easily taken out weekly range on ES. Another big point was the SPX ranges around core. Okay, and then if you notice here how they kind of took this back over 70.81, 70.88, they're kind of struggling. So I would say if SPX can get back over 71.06, 71.10, that's likely the area on ES close to 71.44. So it's really cool because this would be the support range on this area here is basically support on ES, which is going to become overhead on SPX. They're kind of just holding between 71.18 and 22. This still isn't constructive enough to fully negate risk until 230, 232. Like I said, I do think that they need back over 3.2 and specifically over the 4.4 range. As long as you stay beneath here, you keep risk on, okay? Just give me a second. Yeah, I am. I had to take a call. These are the overheads that have to be cleared essentially to at least get some sort of progressive action on upside. And then if they come back and trigger 71.06, it's going to be the same sort of scenario where they could come back, trigger 70.99, and then that extension would continue. This 215 to, I could have sworn there was a 212 period, but anyway, 215, 216, 220. These are some of the final bars on the wider structures that flip over. Okay, so I would say if they're, let's say they're trading back at these ranges at this time, that's what could really increase risk, okay? Are lows almost always retested? In general, like generally speaking, do they almost always retest lows? Specifically if we have big periods in the day coming up. Yeah, typically they almost always do. So for a neutralized scenario or like a slightly bullish scenario, what would be the best case here today? And specifically around this 2 p.m., 2:15, 2:16, 2:20, if they're unable to get back over 71.32. So far, they're still trying to hold off 71.10.14. Yeah, their best case scenario at this point is they either have to get back over 71.28 or they have to at least try sustaining maybe closer this time to 71.06, 71.10. Does that make sense? So like if they put in a higher low, probably around this area here versus this range in here. Because I would imagine that re-triggering 70.99, 98.01 is going to likely give us the 70.88 retest, okay? Do you see how this period so far has mitigated some of the risk that was seen back here? Because think about it this way, you guys. They had multiple flips during this period. If they had continued this was a total of 36 points, okay, which is quite a lot of range. 36 points would net back to these 70-60s. Do you see what I'm saying? And that's how they could have triggered these ranges here, okay, like 70.33, 70.55, 57, 66. This would have been steeper than just taking out the 70.81 low. Because why, actually? This is important. Why would this have been a steeper reversal? Two reasons. Because most people, I think, would have mainly targeted 70.81, and then they probably would have missed the continued mass short reversal that I mentioned had a pretty good odd if they don't sustain. Why would that be the case? Why could they have potentially done that? And there's actually multiple reasons, but it's good to kind of see scenarios based on the range that actually occurred. Why would that have been the case? There's like 7 reasons why, but give me at least 2. The first and most obvious one is what? Yeah, if you're using range theory, but just from like a very base approach from looking at this. Why could they have done that if they specifically didn't sustain at this point here, in this point in time? Okay, what was the biggest factor here? Why could that have triggered a much bigger reversal, which is why I figured they'll probably hold midday until, but time, right? That was way too early, okay? That's way too much time for them to continue downside. Does that make sense? These are the earliest 4th bar exhaustion periods. Some of them don't start happening until 2:15, 2:30. Do you get what I'm saying? And especially if they break major structure at that point in time. So structure is the second one. So first is time. Way too early. Too much time. Okay, second is structure, aka 4th bars. Some still in 3rd bar periods. Fourth is what? These are some other ones. So third would be today's opening range. Okay, equals volatility. It's the 21st flip date. So there's higher odds. But time would have been the biggest factor here. They would have continued the fourth bar here, or this would have been the third bar continuation, which could have continued to expand around 215, 230. Does that make sense? That's way, way, way too early to start triggering these price points here. 7106, 7110, especially if they had continuation here. Because think about it, we had multiple flips at 125, 130, 133. Okay. 2 p.m. trying to get back over that 7119. The idea was here is if they try sustaining 7114.10, they could try getting another 7132 retest as early as this 215 220 period. I'm going to just mark 212 because I'm pretty sure that we looked at that earlier, but okay. And we have Fed coming on at 230, 232. Would it be in our best interest to be above 7132 at a minimum before Fed speakers come on? Yes, right? What would be the best point in price to be trading above prior to 230? And we also have our biggest structures flipping at 230, 232, which are linked to high of day. Okay, that's the 205 minute. Okay, so this is linked to high of day. This is the structure that I mentioned could... I actually drew this earlier. Remember, I said that they could take it to the 7100s, this area here, and then they could either star, okay, and then still reverse, or they could try pushing range. If they want to try pushing range, they would have to retrace quite a bit. How much would they have to retrace if that was the case? Let's look at it from 3 objectives. What would they have to retrace? So we're still technically on a retracement level. This is still kind of a bearish territory, okay? Which areas do you begin to sort of neutralize, or at least like somewhat reduce some of the risk? Back over 71, 38, 44, 46. Basically our exact points of price that we've already been using as our triggers this week. What's the area that neutralizes things off the neutral spot? I mentioned it this morning. This area is correlated to... right there. If they stall 7144, they can get neutral retest. Neutral zone is 7099, 7114. Okay, this worked out perfect, by the way. That was perfect. That's 7099, 7114. So to offset that risk off here, you have to get back there. Otherwise, you're still going to be at risk for the second part of the session this afternoon. Okay? And if you read this week's report, then you would know that that is the 50% of range. We talked about that yesterday. Okay. That's where they failed this morning too, which basically took us lower. And that 7144 is linked to what? Don't get this wrong. 7144 is linked to what? This is in the report. We talked about it on Sunday stream. We talked about it yesterday. And I mentioned it again last night. What are these areas linked to? So if you can have this, you can get back to this, which can get you back to what? Fill in the blanks. And it makes sense based on today's session. Something else I noticed too, based on this, so basically where they held versus like the 9.9 and where they breached, because they did take this beneath 9.9 to 9.6. Okay, 9.6 can definitely increase volatility. Something I notice is that's the same offset between all-time highs and where they stalled today. I'm giving you guys a huge hint. 78's too low. No, it's in the chat. It's in the report. What is that area linked to? I bet I could find it in the chat 7 times if I searched for it. What is the 7140s linked to? Literally, this is yesterday, Noble Mom, so this is how I know that you guys actually don't really pay full attention. What is 7144 linked to for this week? Yeah, it's linked to... No, you guys should know it. You shouldn't even have to look. What is 7144 linked to? We talked about it like at least 5 times. 7174 is a bit too low. From a wider perspective, what is that linked to? And specifically off the 7099, 7106, 7110 area. Like 7174 is not wrong, but that's not exactly what it's linked to. This is what keeps odds alive. Odds alive of what? What are you trying to do? What's the objective here by the 21st, 24th, 28th? I even drew it out this morning, you guys. Come on. No. What's our big targets for the week? What's wrong with you guys? 7188, 7193. Okay, is linked to, I'm going to say this one last time this week, okay? Is linked to 7144, 7148. Okay, it's the median in that range, okay? So yes, that area is linked right back to there, which is why we wanted to get back to 7144 in the first place yesterday and 7148, okay? Which is clearly where they kept it stuck all afternoon yesterday, correct? This is where we wanted to get back to. This is obviously where they kept it stuck. Okay? And the reason they did that is because they know that this is directly correlated to getting back to here. Okay? And stalling here is linked to getting back to here. This is the neutral spot. Okay? What area is in between? And this is, I already knew that these would be the ranges on Sunday. It's in the report. Which area is in between here? Specifically off these areas here. So let's do it from the actual sessions that occurred today. I'm not going to do it based off 718892, but let's do it off the actual areas that occurred here today. Okay, 71. Where's the 50%? It should be around the 71. This area here. 40, okay? Is 7140 enough to break that structure today? Yeah, it is, because it would take out the 7138, okay? So getting back into the channel does what for us today? And this is why holding over 99 or even 06, listen closely, okay, pay attention. If you held 06, you see how that's better linked to the 7144, 46 area? If you held 7110, that's more closely aligned to our 714675 calculated range. Okay, if you held 7114, that would have given you the highest odds of maybe getting back into that channel break above 7148.49. Okay. And then obviously if you held 7120s, you could have got back into the mean. So over 7152, 53. Okay. That's the last time I'll go over that this week, because you guys should know that by now. So does failing this area really increase risk? Another way you can think about it is if you want to use point theory is Remember how I said that they'll probably work in 44-point intervals? You could just think of it as another 44-point move down, okay? So if you had something like this occur or pan out, then you're probably going to get another 44-point breakdown, which is why they could trigger 70.50. Do you see it? So it's kind of like, yeah, but we knew that these were the ranges way before this even became the mid-range. Does that make sense, OJ? Like, I planned this on the weekend before these became mid-ranges. So this is happening in real time now, but you should have been able to spot this based on what we discussed, because we know that this is the overhead. Okay, so we know that the market has to get back over here. Otherwise, it basically keeps these kind of ranges in play. And that's kind of what would increase odds of that 7th bar exhaustion period occurring, right? And that's what could recycle range, take us back down. So what's in the market's best interest for today's session? And specifically, considering we have 4th bar periods coming up here. Breaching 70.99 is pretty risky, okay? The only thing that could help this is maybe the fact that, like, these are the same intervals that we've had all day. So remember how I mentioned yesterday there's been like a bit of a buffer. This is why they didn't break 7.5. This is why they didn't break 8.5. That's why they didn't break 8.8 last week. It's been about 2.5 to 4.75 points. It might be okay just based on that, but I still think that if they don't get back to this point in price, that'll keep that volatility alive for the second half of this week, okay? So what point in price would we want to close today's session at a minimum, at least to keep odds alive of 71.88 retest this week, not next week or the week after or whatever? What price point would you have to close at? And there's two ways you can look at it, because technically you could still close at 71.22.28 and still get a core retest, but from an odd perspective, not a ratio perspective, what area would you have to close at? That automatically increases your odds by 50%. Yes, back in the 71.40s. Okay. What does a channel area typically do anyway? What's the purpose of a channel, typically? In general, this just happens to be aligned with our digested PA, but what else? It's done that, but what does that give the market a probability of doing? Before its next leg. Yeah, I can give you, well, it's a resting area, right? Because it's kind of taking a break. Basically, it's the market saying that, well, I tried both sides, but neither side broke, right? So what do you want me to do? So it kind of just sits and takes a bit of a breather. Does that make sense? Because they didn't break 71.88 and they didn't break 70.80. They're still stuck in between. Okay, so market going back to an area of like rest. I don't really know what else to call that. This is all stuff I made up. So I guess a resting area or digestive area. It's kind of resting before that next leg of volatility comes in. Okay, does that mean that we're avoiding or completely negating the odds of 70.80 or 71.88 breaks? No, we're doing what? We're just delaying it. That's all that's all it's doing. It's just delaying that next leg. Okay? And it's kind of restoring its energy. This is a really, really good case study for zone theory these last few weeks, okay? And this makes sense because market's resetting here before its next expansion, which makes sense because it'd be hitting a 7th bar period on that 2-day. Right? Or ahead of like any major macro data volatility window. It's kind of just taking a bit of a rest. So if they bring it back to the channel today, that's not the worst case scenario. It likely just means that they're delaying this until potentially that next window, which On a 2-day structure, the 7th bar is typically an exhaustion expansion period, and this doesn't flip until tomorrow. So the 22nd through the 24th, meaning if they were going to break range, it would likely occur between those 2 days. Assuming that obviously they don't break it today, right? Because we're still at risk of volatility from now until basically end of session, as long as we're beneath 71.44, okay? 215 were the next intervals here at 215, 216. You could see that immediate volatility stick and some volume coming in here. Do you guys see this? 215 was the structure that was linked to 215 and 216 are the 81 and 64 and 76 minute. So that was this structure here. Okay? And 74 minute structure here, which this one's interesting because they formed a 3rd bar, slightly exhausted, but you can see the 4th bar continuation, okay? 216, 64, okay, 76, this runs until 332. This is a pretty clear battle here too, because those 4th bars can obviously continue. The only thing that could stop it from doing so, since those run until like 330, 332, are likely these mid intervals that are coming up, which is when Fed speakers come on. And that's exactly why I think sessions like this are good to have exposure on both ends. So I still have my partial short, and I still have some of that long. The long, though, I'll get stopped out if we come back beneath 70.99, just because I figured that if they do come back beneath there, then they likely will trigger these ranges down here. And of course, crude is still holding 89, and it's kind of stuck now between this 90.13 and 90.21 window. XOM is retesting highs here though. Not now. I have positions open, and we're literally almost hitting 230. Maybe just before the close or something. Brendan was posting that one a lot the last few weeks. Notice what they're doing here between this 215, 216 period. So they basically took it back to 71.20. That's still a bit lower than you'd want. You'd probably want over 2221. And that short window's reopening here beneath 71.14 and back to 71.10. Okay, so 220 holding 71.10. And like I said, they almost always retest lows, so I figured that they probably will give a retest of the 10 and 06 spot, and likely before this 230, 232 period. and whether or not they want to exhaust at this point in time is going to be relative to, I mean, obviously they could make a double bottom and get like a break like this. That's one scenario. The downside scenario is going to be clearing beneath here and then obviously getting the full range back to 70, 80, 81, and then potentially back into these core ranges. Relative to holding 06. All right, let's do one more pull here before our period comes up. 2:30, 2:32 p.m. What do you guys think? Market triggers 70.88, 70.80, 70.88 range. Market sustains. Market retraces 71.32. Let's set this for like 3 minutes. And again, like I said, a lot of this is going to be relative to the 71.06 retest ahead of 2:30. I'm going to mark 124 just because that's the midpoint here. Can you guys vote on that? Because this is going to be a very difficult point in the day, kind of like this was here, because this is trying to decipher if they still want to give that fourth leg on the session today, or if they want to save it and take it back to the channel, okay? Which is back here, okay? I'm gonna just set these alerts back on though. Oops. I need to use the washroom, but I probably should have done that earlier. I was gonna say, what happened to the 7132 trigger? I had it set to 71,000. Oops. Oh, it's a tie between 7080 and market sustaining. Okay, so majority voted that they take it back to here, or they just keep it flat. keeping it flat would be the 70.99 14 area. I voted one of the two of taking it back to 71.32, but obviously I could be wrong. I just want to see if they hold 71.06.10 so far before 230, which so far they are doing that. So, because my thought was if they can test here and then sustain here, then they still have an odd of bringing it back to these areas during this period, but we'll see. Who was the other person that voted that? Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate you guys too. I keep forgetting that this is double streaming on YouTube, and I haven't even opened my YouTube in weeks. Where do I go? Because I keep forgetting that there's probably people watching there. Oh yeah, there is. Oops, sorry guys. I forgot that my OBS was even linked to YouTube. Oops. I keep forgetting that there's probably people watching there. I'm gonna have to mute that though, because otherwise it's gonna start double sound. Another 150 points left to downside for today. Oh, if we don't hold structural speed. Acceleration. Well, hopefully you saw why acceleration there would be very, very bad. This is a very tough session today though. Yeah, sorry, I forgot that this is even linked to my YouTube. That means people have probably been talking in here for weeks and I wasn't even paying attention. Oops. But at least this is contributing to my YouTube hours. Hi, Mexi. I would imagine that VIX would be pushing here, especially since we have these big structures coming up and then the Fed speakers coming on. So this was the toughest call I had to make today, and then this is going to be the second toughest call here. So I thought that they could hold 71.06 before 230. So far, that looks right. But whether or not they can retrace during this Fed opening session here today, I don't know. I feel like it would really require some sort of volatility push. But 71.06.10, these are the areas that that neutralize the session like we were talking about. So, and they're holding exactly 71.06. They opened at exactly 71.10. Yeah, but not now. We can look at that after. I have it all planned out. I can just copy paste it from Sunday. I didn't think that that was a high probability this week though. I had higher odds of 71.80s being tested first. At this point, you'd basically have to fail 71.40s again for that to play out and take out 70.50s basically. It's basically a 256 to 346 point reversal. Who voted that they would keep it neutralized in this range? Because whoever voted that was right. Because so far that's what they're doing. I figured that this would be the period that they could... I didn't think that they could push it exactly between 230, 232, but if they hold 06, 10, they could at least push during that 42, 48 window, because these are the fourth final bars that I had here, okay? Around 242, 248. I would say that by the 32 window to mitigate some of this risk, they probably need back over 14. Yeah, X1 was a really nice trade if anyone took that one with me today. Did you trade X1 with me on that today? I feel like you're one of the only ones that does those individual names sometimes, especially oil. Not many people take them since most like trading ES, but something interesting here too is where did that go? I just saw that. Oh, is that oil is kind of just sustaining too. Like this hasn't really broken either end. Where did I see that? Oh, and then I was watching to see if gold would maybe hold here because gold was in a pretty big sell-off this morning. Where's my other gold chart? Where's my gold chart? I don't think this is, that's not the other template, but anyway, this was in a sell-off, so I wanted to see if gold tries holding and putting in a low here before 232. That was another indication too. Can someone document that? 71.14 retracing here at 232. This is what can really help neutralize things to get that 71.22.28 retest. We're not going to get any progressive continuation until they get back basically above that 3.2 range. 4.4 is what could help reduce risk for the remainder of the session and potentially into tomorrow. I still have some of my short too, though. I didn't fully cover that. I still have, I think, three contracts. Can't even speak. I said I'd cover the rest of those if they get this back above here. But that's relative to time. I feel like if they get this back above 3.2 during this 230, 242 period, I'll probably just cover then instead of waiting till here. But whereas back during this period, I likely would have waited till 4.4, 4.8. Nice, that's a really good entry at 71.79. 7.4 is the area that we had to clear this morning to get continued upside. 4.4 is what we had to break back beneath for progressive downside. So this has been very straightforward actually today. Off the 4.4. 4.448. This was the 3.3 stall. 2.2, 20, 14, 10, 6, 09, or 9.9. Anything in between here is just, I don't want to say nothing, but it's basically anything in between the channel or above the channel, but in the means is, they could just keep it back and forth basically in between this range, okay? I feel like this chart looks so much nicer. That other chart was hurting my eyes. I don't think we could do polls on YouTube, but let's do one more here now on Twitch since they sustained 71.06 and retraced 71.14 during that window of 230, 232. 71.22, 71.28, 71.32 reclaim during 242, 248 window. There were multi-flips at 3, which I don't think that they'd have to wait there. How many think that they could get that retracement, and how many think that they'll come back and retest that 71.06? Really, they're going to do either or. I think, during this time. I'm only going to set this to 2 minutes since this is kind of a volatile period here. Oh, thanks for giving double the views there. XOM is still holding even though oil kind of stopped. They're basically keeping this roughly like 13 points to 17 points above and below. Okay, so this is, I don't know if you guys can see that, this area here. Which makes sense because that's a neutral spot. So from like this, one of the big factors too I noticed was that 215, 216, even though they held above 71.20, they didn't quite capture 71.22. So that would have to progress when they come back, if they come back and retrace the 20s, because that was not the best close. The 250 or 248 and 242 periods are linked with the 69 minute and the 78.96, which, like we mentioned before, these are the fourth periods in here, which that doesn't really look like too much exhaustion yet, so this is still keeping risk on. Okay, what was the other one I said? 96 and 78, I think. This 104 was linked to high of day, just as an FYI. Okay, so basically these ranges are linked back to highs. Even though this isn't directly linked on this structure, it's still linked to that period of time off that 104. And then the 242 was off 69, we said, which was just before they triggered highs this morning in here. Okay, just after 7:38, 7:39 a.m. and 7:40 a.m. we said earlier was the 68 minute, the 91, I think is what we said, the 82. And this one here, that doesn't flip over till 3:14. This is what's putting us at that continued risk potentially based off highs, especially if they don't start moving price here. And then the 82 minute, which was the 2:30 flip. This runs until close, basically until 2:52. Okay, what was that 3:14 I just said? The 91. I don't think I had this marked. Did I have that marked earlier? Yeah, I did. Never mind. Majority voted yes for some reclaims between that 242, 248 window. So I would say if they can't get back at least at a minimum of 71.22 during this period, they're going to keep that risk on until this 314, 327, 336, which is a pretty long window. And especially since we still have some structures that haven't flipped over yet that are linked to high of day. This is an interesting take, but how many think that they could keep us stuck in the zone as another scenario? So basically between 7106, 7110, 7114, 18, 22. What does the zone typically do? What's the purpose of a zone? That's basically like the red, green, blue, yellow areas. What's the purpose of a zone area in general? They're supposed to help you predict direction, right, based on price action. So pinning green would obviously still be a little bit beneficial. Yeah, it's a decision-making area, right? So they're supposed to be linked to like bear zone, neutral zone. Okay. If you look at this from the point perspective, I don't know if you guys can see this. Hold on. Can you guys see that? So on the, like the theories guide, this is interesting too because these extensions are usually 17 points. The full range is usually 44. Currently we're stalling 44, 44, okay, points, so 88 points on the session. 17 points is kind of what we're stuck in between right now, okay? We won't get a full break until we start breaking around 34-point intervals, and that makes sense. It's what we were just talking about. If you look at this today, if we measure 44 points, okay, look at this. Earlier when they broke, that was the 34-point, 33-point structure break, okay, for starters. I'm gonna use base point theory for a second here, just because I think there's a lot of people watching that don't understand like my style of trading. But usually when you have ranges like this, okay, so kind of like this area in here, it's roughly 43 to 44 points, 33 to 34 points, okay? So you can think of like, okay, even though they did technically take this a little bit beneath 9.9, they still held 9.5, which is within the 44-point interval. Does that make sense? If we look at it from a 34-point range perspective, they still broke above, but notice how they kind of stalled right here. If we look at this from a mid-zone perspective, so like kind of where they're struggling right here, it's basically a 17-point to 17-point break. So one end has to break, okay, for them to see any sort of progression in price action. Otherwise, that's where you'll see the continued movement. So even if you did like half partial move of 44 points, that would be 22 points. That's what could get you the 70s. If you had the 17-point move off this range here, that should be aligned with our 70.81 target. Yeah, it is. So even using base theory without anything, you could still get proper price points, okay? So where the area that we're in right now is very neutralized because it's kind of like right in between the range, which makes sense because it's also our neutral zone, okay? There hasn't really been any headlines either, which is keeping it stalled here. And those were the three scenarios that we had. So this was the basically stalling, which is staying stuck in this yellow zone. No breaks back over. No, you can use it on daily time frames too. No breaks back over 71.22, but they still sustain 71.06, 71.10, and 14 at this interval. Just kind of resets odds. So kind of like that 232, 230. If you pay attention here, it's very, very similar to this 248 interval. Okay, do you see this? This is basically doing almost the same thing. On the 32 mark, they were able to get back over 14. So I would say if they can't do the same thing here off the 4-8 period, then that's going to increase volatility a little bit. But so far, they're not really doing anything other than holding the line, essentially. No, I just like using the 1 minute for timing in real time, but you don't have to use that on... I guess like one way of thinking of it too is if you have 44-point intervals that you're working with. We did stall at a core area though, so you see, like if they break 88 points, that's basically double that range. That's where you'd start seeing that extension. Okay, I'm not going to go over this too much detail because then it'll take a lot of time, but that's what could trigger a core to core break. So core to core areas are like 103, 107, okay, 110. What they did on Friday was very specific because they basically, you see how they stalled 86 points here from this close to this close on Friday, or like the 87 here. They didn't extend. Like they needed to close just a tiny bit higher, and they're doing the exact same thing right now. Is like they're basically taking it down 86. You're not going to see that extension until they start breaking those intervals. From a core perspective, you normally need at least 103 to get core ranges to 107. They closed at 106. So 106 and then 107 from here. And these are our core spots, okay? This is what kept core odds alive. Core areas are like 71, 71, 78, 84. Okay, that's why we had some odds of basically holding core, okay, and then getting back to here. Core ranges are usually in increments of like 25, 75, 50s, 107, 110, 115. So there's clearly a bit of a inflection point here. Same thing, if you look at it like this is a mid-core in the 50s. They've hit 54 points from open to lows. If they extend that, it would have to go to 70-point ranges. Okay, so it doesn't matter which way you look at it, because if you were to extend 88 points, you'd go to 107 points, 103 points. That's what gets you to these areas in here. But I figured they would make it a lot more complicated than just taking it straight down. Market's basically working in... This is what I was measuring before. 426 and 413 point intervals, okay? They're not going to extend until they start clearing this, okay? This is like the most dumbed down way that I can think of showing you guys this. Hold on. These were specific structure flips, which is why I'm measuring this to this, okay? Especially if you look at something like the 10-day from the 31st to the 14th. Are you guys listening? This runs until the 28th. From a range perspective, okay, they cleared that on the 13th. That's ahead of the flip. Even though this candle flips on the 14th, this closed on the 13th. So that range is relative. This is the range that they'd have to break by the 28th. Does that make sense? So the 27th would be the most ideal because that would be linked to this. From an open close perspective, I don't know if you guys can see that. That's where they could extend. And then from a low to low perspective, it's like 413 points. And I'm pretty sure that's like about where they're stalling. Do you see that? Okay. When using like base zone theory, normally when you break like the 88, 90, I made this all up by the way, so don't ask if there's like ways of looking at this. This is my own theory. But usually when you break these areas, that's where you could extend another 100 points, okay? Because you start break. That's why they're stalling so much in these 80s, because they're not sure if they want to fully commit to that without maybe recycling back down another zone, which is exactly what they're doing. They're basically recycling back from core to core, okay? So like the 85, 83, whatever, back to these 80s. The calculated area is closer to like 70, 80, 81, which is why they're still leaving that little bit of a buffer this week, both above and below. So above 84, stalling 8893, above 80, 81, holding 85, okay? The time range is likely between this window. So the earliest point in time that we had to break range was the 22nd, okay? The 21st had the best odds of retesting highs, but the 22nd had earliest odds of breaking range. So, and mainly because we have a 2-day pattern that's hitting its 7th bar period here between the 22nd and 24th. So it is relative to like what way you want to look at it, but 413.75 is linked to like 7180.75. Versus if like you did 426.75. It should be linked to that 7193. Okay? So it makes sense that they're delaying in this range. 254 seeing some sort of volatility. That has to be news on that stick, and this is ahead of that 3 p.m. period, so that's good. I deleted a bunch of the flips we had because the chart was looking a bit crazy, but 254, you guys, is the 66-minute interval, okay? From some of the frames that we looked at, because we have basically from, if they sustain 0610, they can extend, like I said, till 3. Or that 314 we said. If they can clear 7132 before 3, we have pretty good odds, you guys, of getting back those tests at that 314 mark. 314 was pretty important too, because that was the closing period of that bar that's linked to high of day. That's the 91 minute, I think we said, that we looked at earlier. This here, which is linked to highs, okay? And this runs until basically after hours, but so where would they have to close above? They'd have to start breaking back over here. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Look at where they stalled. The 2.8 is the opening stick on that third bar. It should be aligned with our zone spots anyway, so they're still keeping it stuck though. What do you guys think? Do you think that they can get this back over the zone into the channel before 3? I feel like if they can close above 3.2 or even 2.2 during the 3 p.m. interval, that would really help to get us back in the channel, which is our goal today. 71.32. I'm only going to set this to 2 minutes. Actually, a minute. There was some volume coming in on plug. I noticed that too. This one moved into the close yesterday, so I did set some alerts because I want to see if they can bring it back to 322. Can you guys vote on that, please? I only set it to 1 minute. And this is pretty important because this is how we're going to know if they're going to give us our 71.44.48 retest today, which could technically get us back to opening range. No, it's not really required though. I feel like if they just bring us back into the channel, that's good enough for today to at least get us out of the zone. I think for that, conditions would have to be getting a 71.22 close at the 59 mark to then retest 2.8. The better point in time is closer to 3.14, but we can just kind of watch to see what they do here at 3. I have to use the washroom. I've been waiting for like an hour, so I'll be right back. I tried to get back at 3 as quickly as I could. Do they get it over 71.22? This is what they failed to do back here, okay? So remember when I said 215, 216? They really have to try resetting this odd here, especially around 3. 71.21, 71.22 reclaim off that 259, 3 o'clock stick. This can really help in terms of getting that 7128 retest here. How much time is left here? We'll see if there's any follow through. The period is around 314. I think 2.2 is still good. But we're not going to see any sort of progressive price action until they actually get out of this zone area here, okay? And follow through immediate is always important too when you have retracements like this. So 71.22 retracement, you'd want to see that immediate follow through. Typically within the first 15 to 30 seconds. So let's see. I'm going to do a poll here on max range for real-time session today. Max range for real-time. How many think that the highs are in? How many think that they'll bring this back to 71.38, 71.44? How many think that they could actually break it back to 71.48, 71.52? And then how many think that they have odds of getting us back to basically OR? I don't know if they could give us core today. They'd really have to push the close for that to be the case. But I'll just include it in here anyway. That's like the 71.66, 71.71, 71.74 retest. I'll set this to 10 minutes just so that you guys have enough time to vote. And those on YouTube, since I can't put a poll, you can just give an answer there if you want. So I'm looking to see if they can get us back to 71.44. That would be ideal. Obviously, if they can give us a reset, that would be even better. I guess half the range if they just kind of... Most people, I assure you, thought that they would for sure engulf this, okay? Which is why I had to make a really hard decision around the 70.99 and 71.06 area, because there was a good chance that they would instead try to hold, okay? Where's the... Okay, it is right around 71.45 is actually... The 40.45 is right around the 50 to 60% range anyway. What is this area? 52? So we're still playing with tough spots here though. Beneath 3.2. Yeah, there's 3 rejects, Brendan, but the odds weren't really high until around 310, 314. So that could also be if they are trying to limit range, they could be trying to delay the zone exit. Does that make sense? Especially if they're trying to reduce some of the range here for the last half hour of the day. We also had some really late odds today at 352 that I marked earlier back in here. And odds right at 4. The 336 window, what was that? I think that was the 72 and 81 minute. These are some of the other patterns that set up into end of session today. The 72 was, I think, that 224 flip. And then the 81 was that initial 3-bar pattern that we looked at earlier. This flips at 336. So this is the one that Booth sent this morning. It's not directly linked to highs, but it was a really, really good structure. This was the 215 correlation, okay? So 215, 216 correlated to that 336 range. So think about it like this. Like they had implied volatility around 215, 216. You'd likely want to try breaking these ranges ahead of this time here, okay, here, to basically give you an odd of retesting here, okay? So my thoughts would be if they can get a 3-2 break as early as this 110, 114 window that we have, I think that there's some decent probability that they could maybe give us a 71.38 retest during imbalance prints around like 330, 336. Whether or not they sweep the channel though is a tough call. I don't think they can sweep the channel, but sweeping it means like sweeping this whole area immediately, but that would only be the case if they actually want to get it back to opening range, okay? Like back to the 7160s, they would have to sweep this beige box here, okay? And if they're going to do that, it would likely have to happen between 3:30 and 3:36, likely before the final 15 minutes or something. Keep getting alerts on this on my broker, but it's not really doing much. Kind of just seems like they're accumulating or something today. This is the first real stall I noticed on oil too. Can we get more votes than that, you guys? Come on. 4 people out of 58. It's pretty pathetic. Come on. And it's good to see what a majority of people think, because majority are usually wrong. So it's a very good tool to use. Majority thought we were going to go to 70-80, so... To simplify conditions, I would say if they can get some of the zone breaks, so above 3233 during this period here, we have some pretty good odds of getting back to 4448, okay? If they can clear the channel within this period here, I think that they have a decent chance of getting it back to opening range, so like 71, 52, 58, 62. But the market really does not always much more above the 71.20s and 40s, okay? So if it really doesn't want to do anything after here, it doesn't have to. But getting it back to the 7144 is going to be the best for our odds on that 2-day. I can't put up another poll, so how many here think that they will clear 71.33 by this 314 mark? That would mean a retest probably around 312, 313 of 2.8. I can hear. Was that just now, Brendan? This isn't weak, actually. This is... If you think of this as weak price action, that's actually not true. This is more of like... weak would have been if they didn't sustain 7106, 7110, okay? This is more like delayed or something, or like compressing range price action, okay? So this is like a compressed period. And that usually occurs when market is doing what? When it's trying to... Yeah, stuck makes more sense. So, not decide, but like if Because think about it. If they had cleared back in here, Sreezer, they would have swept the channel, right? We talked about that. This would have been a channel sweep, correct? Had they cleared at our 4-3 mark, which was a very calculated point, right? So this point period here is also quite calculated at this 14. Okay, so they're trying to reduce range because they likely want to keep it pinned, right, into the close. Because one way you can think of it is, especially off like our calculated periods, let's say this was 27 points in range. 27 points in range at this point would have already probably brought us back to our opening range. Does that make sense? Where did we open today? At like 6-1, 7-6-2 or something like that? Do you see what I'm saying? Meaning they would have already been likely trading or maybe retesting opening range by this 14 period. Okay? If you're retesting opening range by this 14 period, you could easily retest highs. Does that make sense? It's kind of like you have to think about what the inverse would have been if they actually cleared off our 43 period. And they did test 3-3 here, so it still keeps odds alive for 14. Okay, this point in time is linked to this point in time. 312, 313 retesting 71.33. This seemed like the most likely period that they would try getting it back above this range here, or at least retest the 3-3, 3-2 area. Odds are pretty correlated back to OR, so we'll have to see based on overall range that happens during these next 2 minutes. If you're breaking here, what would be the more ideal time to test 3-2, 3-3? Now, right? Because you want to do this likely ahead of 14, so that your 14 stick could do what? What would your 14 stick, what would you prefer your 14 stick to do at 314? Specifically if you get a 71, 32, 33 retest here at 313. You guys can expect some volatility, I think, in the next 2 minutes, especially if they start clearing this 3-2, 3-3 area. So far they tested 3-1, 7-5, I believe, and then stalled. There it is. 71.32 being tested. I think that there could be some volatility coming in here, so just be careful. I could see that coming because they never tested 3-2, 3-3 ahead of 14. Okay? Had they done that, this would have been the stick range that they would have triggered it up by. And I would bet anything it's likely linked to 71.38, 71.44. Okay? If they hold here though, especially off like the 2-2, 2-4. Look at this. This is probably linked back to 4-4. Yeah, it is. Isn't that insane? You guys, that's crazy. So I know for a fact clearing 71.33 is likely going to push that 4-4 break. And had they done that off the 313 stick, they would have gotten that range break. That's another reduction stick on the session, which is doing what? Hey, this is perfect timing and price, okay? So this is a point in the day that if you wanted to go back and study, I would go back and study this period. Off the 71.32 stall and correlation to 71.44 reduction. And they're also holding 71.21. So that's not a coincidence. They're trying to keep it in play. Well, if they would have cleared Brendan at 313, you probably could have. Once they get a closing price over 3233, I would imagine it would move a little bit better. We could probably watch the median in between here, because we had some odds at 327 and 330, but maybe like 320, 321. Did this help, like watching it play out in real time? Like, you see what they're intentionally doing off these periods, and they're doing them specifically off these points that I have marked in yellow, like 314, 343. Does this look a little bit more constructive this time though than this period did here? I would say yes, because at least they got a slightly higher close, but they're still stuck in the zone. This hasn't broken out of the zone yet, so. And market makers tend to do these things when they want to pin the close, which just keeps creating more delays. So price being met here still gives you that extension, right, through the 327, 336, 330 periods. There were some very late odds today, like I mentioned earlier too, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some end of day volatility or something like that coming in. I'm gonna have to clean this chart up though. This looks insane. I think we can start deleting a lot of this. We don't need these anymore. This is also recorded, I guess, if you want to go back and watch, but unfortunately I did not have the bot turned on for voice recording, so I didn't get it transcribed. So you would have to rewatch, I guess. $327 was linked to that 99-minute period, I think, and then that 33-minute that we were watching earlier. 33 minutes actually a good time frame today because it has a lot of correlation to that earlier hold, I think, like closer to here when they initially were holding around 104 or 1104, 1136. It's not exact for timing, but it still had some good odds, okay? So it's kind of like a median frame. So even like off that 54, okay, 27. Do you see that? So I still think that this was a good time frame, just kind of in general. And you can see that there was clearly volatility off that 5-4 stick. I tried doing that once and it didn't work. I don't know why. So hopefully that works. I need water is what I need. Oh, maybe I checked it too early. Look at that midpoint. That was the 320, 321 bar. That was the 6.5 minute interval that we were just looking at between here and here. Here and here. This is like 6.5. Probably off the first 30-second interval of this stick. Here and here. That's helping odds, guys, for that 327 period. That was the median between our 314 and our 327. 314, 327, midpoint was 321. Which means odds are getting a lot better for hopefully clearing 3-3 here. Yeah, that's what happens though, bubbles, when you stall these areas, right? Or when they have like max range in mind already. So again, what point in time do you guys think would be the best point to close above 3.2, 3.3 by? There's likely some flips at 324. Those are usually pretty common flips. So I would imagine that if they broke, let's say, at 323, that could actually help the 327 window. We have until like 325, 26, but I feel like if they do it as early as 323 ahead of these 324 flips, no, 327 would be a little too late because we want to close above. No. 327 would be, you'd get the same volatility that you got here. You want to be above this before here, okay? So to get continuation or progressive price action, does that make sense? And if you can do it ahead of time, it gives you odds for what? Especially when you have multi-flips, which we do during this period. I don't have them all marked because I cleared my chart a bit, but 324, 327, 330, 336. What are these? What could that allow for? 71.33 being taken out here. Some of the 324 flips, I did delete a bunch of things on my chart, but these are kind of closely aligned to those bigger time frames that we were looking at, like the 205, 210, 214. These structures that were linked with highs. These are the structures that could potentially get us back to high of day by end of session. Not real-time session, but the end of session, okay? So this period here. This is also a period that could form bigger bear flags if they don't immediately negate. So what kind of price action would you want to see happen here, especially on a time frame that looks like this? What would you want to see happen? And it's a good thing we have a window at 327. What do you want to take out? Especially when you see a structure that looks like this. Yeah, you want to retest 71.38. Okay, so you probably want to see some progression here. 71.38 retest would be ideal by that 26, 27 mark to really help mitigate some of the risk for the after hours session here and potentially give us the odds of pushing back to opening range. And that's the first closing point above 3.3, so that we're finally back in the channel, which is what I figured would happen into end of session today. So I want to see if they can get a 71.38 retest here off 326. Yeah, it would. I don't think I have any alerts here. Had it at 3.3, but 71.38. And 71.40 has overhead too. It's not like the best spot. 44 is better, but there is a median overhead between 3.8 and 4.4, close to like 40, 41. 71.36 and 7 being tested ahead of 2.7. What do you guys think? 71.38, 50 break at this 327 interval, or do you guys think that they're going to do what they did back in here and back in here, except this time off the 3.8 mark, because market knows if it now pushes 3.8, just like it pushed 3.3, it could continue higher, right? So they might do something similar to what they did around the 71.32.33, okay? If they want to reduce range. If they don't want to reduce range and they want to take this back to OR, they'd probably push this period. Does that make sense? And likely between these marks here, like, and we have imbalance prints right now too, so it would make sense from that perspective of things. I'd say if they were going to break, they probably needed to close above 36.50 on that 326 stick. Otherwise, those odds are pretty low. This is also a big overhead, just like this 3233 spot is. 3/8 is fairly heavy, okay? So especially if they want to try pinning the close, they likely are going to stall like they did this spot here and this spot here. Like off the 254. 254 was also correlated to these points in time too. So what would have to happen for that to continue? What do you normally need after a stall? So this isn't a terrible stall because they still held 71.33, but they're stalling 3.8. What has to happen immediately? You can't wait. It has to happen like on the very first minute stick. You'd have to retest. Or at least see if you can reset this close, okay? So I think 71.36.50 would be probably good enough of a close to keep that odd for 330. No, it doesn't have to engulf. I think it just has to at least reset this, otherwise it'll keep this delayed like throughout these bars. Or you just have to have follow through. And usually within that 1-2 minute period. The 72, 81 minute and 108 were the 36 flips, so don't forget that these were also quite important since they were directly correlated to these structure breaks, especially around the negation. We have some really nice star patterns that are actually playing out. A lot of the 120, 119 periods that we had earlier this afternoon when they held was around that 61 minute interval, 58, 116. So this one here, okay, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, are you guys watching this? This is the fourth bar exhaustion here. 5, 6, 7. Okay, this runs until after hours. So this is what could keep us durational until after the bell here today. This is linked to lows. Another one that you could use is probably that, I think it was like 58 or 116 minute. I don't remember exactly, but this is another one. It's not exact, but this is pretty close. 1, 2, like, do you see this? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the fourth exhaustion bar. 5, 6 from 316. 7. This runs until 4:15. So basically until SPY contracts close. What area would you want to bring this back to on on these specific time frames? If you're trying to basically negate or at least like mitigate some of this risk here, you probably want to get it back to your area of like supply and demand, which would be taking it back to the means basically. Okay, this one here is maybe closer to here, and this is why I said they could maybe get it back to OR. Okay, a lot of it's going to be relative to what they do before the final 15. Does that make sense? And specifically based on both time and structure and price. So these times are correlated to 4th bar exhaustion periods, which are linked to 6th, 7th bar exhaustion periods, which run until after the close. And from structural perspective, they're linked back to opening range. There's the 30, 32 periods off these midpoints. I'm trying to keep the chart relatively clean, but there was multi-flips here for imbalance prints. 71.38 being retested and ahead of this 336 interval, which is good because this is now keeping us in play for what price point during this point in time. And remember, this is linked to end of session today. So, and if they can get us here before the final 15, we have odds of getting back to opening range. What price point would that be? What's our big area that can really reset the session? Yeah, right around 71.44 and 71.46.75. On SPX, like I mentioned earlier, the goal is to get back to the 71.06, 71.10. You can basically use this as a cheat code because this is basically the area on SPX that you'd want to sustain support on ES. So, and we're getting right back there now. So you can kind of see the 70.88 clearance here at 115.16. That's actually pretty cool. I mean, at the 3, I keep using my time zone, at the 3, 14, 15, 16 through 36. Do you guys want that template? I think this is already shared. I was watching the video, but because a lot of semis were actually struggling a bit off those lows. Gold still held. There's some range reductions coming in again, kind of what they did back here and just ahead of this 36 period. Right at that 71, 38.50 price point too. That's right around that 4.6 spot that we were just looking at. $71.30, 75 stalling ahead of 336. They did tag it, but that's another reduction period, kind of like what I was telling Sreezer earlier, that if they start doing these things and specifically around these points, like 2.2, 3.3, 3.8, it's because they're trying to compress range to keep it pinnable into session close today. Beneath 3.8 still keeps, unfortunately, the zone area in play. We do need over 4.4 for that to progress. So any reductions here could basically be applied to what they could have cleared on upside. So that's another 13 points in range, which I think would have been the break back into the mean. So 71, 51, 52. We'll see if they have enough strength to at least negate some of that risk on this 336 flip. I feel like at least back over to 850. Otherwise, it's going to keep that risk extended until end of session today. We had some very late odds today too, so don't forget, like around 352 and right at 4. I'm going to just mark our generic periods off 348, 350, 55, 56. Okay, I'm going to do one last poll here for end of session just to see what you guys think, because I feel like as the session moves on, your thought process around things tends to change. So earlier, majority voted that 71.52 to 64 would be max range. Second place was 71.38, 71.44. And then there was basically ties between 71.28, 33, which I guess is wrong because they already took out 3.8, 71.48 and 52. And then the least amount voted for 71.66 to 74. So let's do it one more time. This is where it would get a bit interesting, especially off a 71.38.50 stall. I would say high. You could have highs are in 71.38.50, 71. This would be an interesting take if they don't take out 4.4. I'm only going to set this to 3 minutes though, so not as long as before. I still think that my initial thought is correct, but again, I could be wrong. And there's a lot of reduction coming into after stalling 3.8, which is a very, very, very big overhead. Because you also have to remember that a lot of these patterns that flip over too, okay, especially stalling these ranges in here, like this 36, do you see this? 1, 2, 3, 4. This could continue 5, 6, 7 bars, right, into basically end of session. So that's why stalling 3.8 is a very, very bad area to kind of stall and not break range, especially off these calculated time intervals around 327, 336, and 330. How much range have they? 22 points. These are getting very close to being aligned again with those opening ranges. So you can see exactly what they're doing. They're basically trying to prevent that opening range from getting retraced. I have an alert on oil at 90.40. There's some volume coming into on XOM. Oil also stayed above that 87.81 mark, which is worth noting. So, like I said earlier, unless this breaks complete structure, it could still come back and retest, which is what kind of keeps ES beneath 71.38 and 44. Our ranges have been pretty accurate in that sense of things. This is what keeps volatility on for ES in terms of staying zone bound, because another scenario, if we stall 71.38, 71.44 was to do what? What could they do here on these specific stalls? These are the big areas that basically ES has to get back to reduce some of the risk into the close. Yeah, it was that exact close the session where though? I don't understand the question exactly, or your answer. That's what we talked about earlier. What? No. I said these were the odds that we had of getting back to this range in here, like 71, 48, 44, 48. I didn't really think that the odds of getting 6-2 were high, though. That wasn't what I voted for. I voted for getting closer to 7-1, 3-8, 4-4, especially since we have higher odds for the 22nd anyway, and they already tested both sides of the trade today. The second most probable scenario on a stall of 71, 38, 71, 44 was what? This was the scenario we talked about earlier, and this kind of sucks, but they definitely could do this. What was that other scenario? If they don't clear 3844, where could they keep this pinned into the close today? And this would kind of just keep volatility present into after hours tonight. And it would basically be taking it back to the bottom of the zone, taking out 7106, 7110, 7099, and getting that retest of 7088, which, yeah, I saw that on that cleared break. This is what could really push crude into the close, and that's what could take out 7088 on ES, though, especially on that 7138 stall. Did anyone try any short trades off 7138? The idea was only cover shorts if they come back above 3844. So technically you could also have done 7138 short entries or 7133 on that confirmation at like the 36 mark, because we still had caution on that 7096 failure back here, okay? Especially if these fourth bars continue until close, which was only the case if they stalled 7138 and 44. I still have my initial short position that I had left on, but I did take 3 contracts off 7126. I guess I could have taken that a little bit sooner, but I didn't like that stall at 7138, especially with oil pushing into the close. So first area here would be that 7088, and then we'd look for the 7080 potential test. I would be careful though, because those late flips could cause volatility to come in though. If you're trading same day expiration short. How many think that they'll actually hold the 7078 to 7081, and how many think that we could actually still trigger those 7050s that I mentioned earlier? Mainly being off these continued cycles, basically not exhausting enough before these periods, and a lot of these candles flip very, very late, so this is what could maybe save ES in real time, but you can see the clear continuation too on that stall. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself, you guys, so I can manage my short contracts, because I don't want to miss an exit if they ramp this up or something at 351 or 52. Remember how we said the 2-day going red might not actually be the worst case scenario if they wanted to keep it stuck inside and kind of flip that on the 22nd. So that is something that we want to watch closely here, considering this is the closing candle for that structure today. You guys are funny. We didn't even test 7078 or 7080 yet, or 7081 yet, you guys. Don't go overboard. They could do the exact scenario that we were talking about earlier, which you guys are completely overlooking, because they still did test 7138. What was the second scenario? If they decide they want to just hold. And we have very, very, very late odds today, which they could obviously cause some volatility. What was that second scenario? If they end up stalling 7138, but they still hold the zone, okay, in the 80s, which are these areas here. This is very much relative, obviously, to the next 3 minutes. What was the position that they could close it in? We need to see how they react to our actual spots first. You guys, what was the area that they could still pin this in? This would keep it conflicted. This is what I was explaining in Discord a few minutes ago to James. I don't know if you... Sorry, market started moving, so I didn't get a chance to... But this was the 7106, 7110, 7114 probability, okay? If they wanted to keep it neutralized and basically still at risk, but not really a full breakdown decision made. Does that make sense? Which means that they would still come back, retest these ranges, but this time it's more, instead of being 71.86 and 44 to lows, it'd be like the 71.38, 44 and that 70.80 to 50 range. So just kind of keep that in mind. A lot of it's going to be based on this 350-51 stick, especially since there was some late odds. And I feel like a lot of you guys forgot that scenario. That was the 71-38-44 stall scenario, but then unfortunately keeping it in the zone and keeping it pinnable between these net neutral ranges. So like 06, 10, okay? We'll have to see if they can get back over, this chart is so messy I can't even see it, if they can get back over 7106 and 10, probably between that 350 and 52 period. Remember how I said if they pin the zone, because the zone could basically give you an idea of direction, considering like if they pin in a bear zone, bull zone, neutral zone, so on and so forth. This is getting some... My max range on crude was around that 93.78 on this one, but I had some overhead around 92.78 right here. I don't know if they can get that full range. If they do, then that's probably going to trigger that weekly low on ES. And those would be like the end of day late odds. This is a pretty tough call though, to see if they're going to actually trigger that or if they're going to try keeping it in this neutral zone, which I thought was the better scenario or more probable scenario on a 71.38 stall if they don't get it to 4.4. But that would require a 7106 and 7110 retracement, which they're struggling to do so far. This is also news driven too, so that kind of helps move price. I am tired, so I'll maybe go over scenarios tomorrow. But we did go over the slightly lower low and the slightly higher low scenario that if it happens today around that 70, 78, 70, 81 spot. I don't know if you guys remember. We went over that yesterday, I think, or Sunday. This is the 5-2 flip. 352 was one of the later odds that was linked to that 82 minute, which is linked to high of day. Okay, so this and this was a continuation. So highs occurred at 740. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. This is basically just hitting into a new bar. This is what could continue selling off into after hours, especially if they don't get this back over the 7106, 7110 area. What do you guys think? You think that they try taking out that low in real time, or you think they're going to try neutralizing this and taking it back over 7106, 7110 into the close here? This was one of the scenarios we talked about yesterday, in the sense that they could slightly take out the low by a tiny, tiny bit, okay? Which I think they did. Didn't they? Oh no, they didn't. They're still holding the exact low. I'll have to check my prints on my broker. All right, where do you guys think that they'll pin the close? Real quick here, ahead of the 55, 56 end of day candles. This is, they're keeping this very, very, very much in between, because they know that they basically have this odd still alive for 8-1, okay, 80, and they know that they could neutralize this and take it back over 06 to 10. What do you guys think? These were the highest odds into close if they stalled 71.38. I figured that they could keep it neutral in this yellow box here, but I could be wrong. I do think stalling 7106 though is going to really reduce that odd. And there's some pretty big structures that continue until end of session today. Odds today ran until 4, so that's another issue here in terms of volatility. This one's moving a bit into the close. I still have a long in this one. You think we're going to hit the max target on crude? That would be insane. Let me just mark that on here. That would require ES basically retesting its weekly low. Which I think that they're going to pin neutral. Okay, I could be wrong. I think that they're going to take it back to the 71, 10, 14 area with maybe, if they're lucky, odd of getting a bull retracement to 71.22. I feel like for that to happen, they'd really have to clear 06.10. I don't really think that that's a high probability, but and these are very hard calls to make, especially with structures that look like that, okay? You guys know how hard it is to make a call back in here when we still had third and fourth bars that could basically have tanked us all the way to 70.50s. That was an extremely hard call to make. But this little breach right here is what kept volatility alive, along with that 71.38 stall, okay? So volatility is for sure present, which we expected on our 21st flip date. And specifically based on where we opened the week and where we started the session today. Another 7103.06 stall. $70.88 would be an interesting close. Like if they just pin like the bottom of the zone, you mean? It's funny because they're, I don't know if you guys can see it like this, but there 81 is the support, right? This area here, like close to 80, 81. And then 1014 is kind of the area that would really help in terms of like that neutralized action, okay? They're basically just stuck right here in between. Okay, guys, quickly, just send your pin prediction in the chat. I'm not going to put up a poll, just send me it because it has to be one or the other. Okay, I initially had said if we stall 7138.44, we likely could get pinned back in this neutral zone around 7106, 7110, 14. Okay, obviously there's a probability they could pin it around the lows of the week, around 70, 85, 80, 88. That is another probability, but that would probably really increase risk. So what do you guys think? You think that they try to keep it above that 7106, or you think that they just give it up today into the close and then continue selling off into the after hours session here? So 03 would still be a bad pin, okay? Like 70.99, 71.01, 71.03. It's neutral, but it leans bearish. Does that make sense? Whereas like 71.06 plus starts giving you a better odd of getting back to that 3.8 retest, okay? If they do pin above 71.06, 71.10 area, they really have to work hard at sustaining overnight, okay? Otherwise, one scenario that we did talk about, I drew this out yesterday, you guys, was this 2-day making basically a lower low, okay, tomorrow, I guess, or overnight, and then taking out, that would kind of give it an odd of engulfing, and that's where we could see very volatile action over the next 2 days, okay? Yeah, I don't know. I figured that if they stall 3.8 and they don't pin 4.4, they'll probably pin neutral. So, but, and that would be around the 06 and 10 area. A better area obviously would be above 14, but I don't know if they could do that. They'd really have to try pushing range. Otherwise, it's going to be stuck between getting back above here or taking out this low here. The neutral range, by the way, is 60.99 to 71.14, or 70.99, sorry, to 71.14. But above 06 would have been better for odds. So 71.05 stall, it looks like. Odds flipped right at 4, so I just want to see where the 4 o'clock candle closes. And then I'm going to sign off because I am pretty tired. I did keep my position in these two names. I still have some common stock and some options that expire. Some expire this week, and then some of them I bought for the first week of May. $7,100 close is basically playing with fire, which is what I usually call these orange ranges, because they could easily take us to our weekly downside targets, but then still come back by end of week and retrace. And that kind of keeps it quite volatile in the sense of range. Okay, I did cover the longs that I had taken earlier off that stall right here, okay? So I'm not going to hold anything overnight. Hopefully this was helpful. I feel like this was a really not hard session, but it's difficult when they don't take out lows because you have to make very concise calls, okay? Because majority, the obvious just seems to take out the 85, 80 area and then take it down. Had they done this back in here, a big trick, you guys, is since these were calculated points here, okay, like these here and this here, like our 3.8, and especially off these times here, this could be a way of maybe seeing if they do continue to take range down. Okay, and another thing here, by the way, is this didn't break that 44-point interval, which again I think would have helped us. These ranges are what they could have done, okay, had they recycled it down, kind of like what we talked about earlier. So you could mark these. I did figure that if they do take out those 70 70s and 70 80s this week, there could be those odds of getting these 50s. But for starters, we have to at least test those. We have to at least test the 70s and 80s. We haven't even reacted there yet, okay, to the 70, 77 to 81. So this could be a way of maybe foreseeing the potential range that could occur based on those intervals. Because had they not sustained our 9-9 and retraced 06-10 whatever during these periods, then that is likely the range we could have seen today, okay, on a continued downside reversal. So they were very strategic about the way that they traded this. This period right here, like around this 71.38 stall, I started seeing weakness as early as these stalls here at like 314 and the 354, but specifically when they couldn't close above 3.6 as early as this, okay, before the 27. I don't know if you guys see that. And then here at 330, that was another stall, but more so when they had the range reduction at 335, okay? And they brought it back into the zone. That's not the kind of price action you'd want to see if they wanted to continue this. And then they also just had like the 1 minute 3-bar reversal, which using base analysis or like the theories that I've made up, you could even use this as like 1, 2, 3, 4, okay, 5, 6, 7. So like they're already starting to exhaust, even off like a 3 minute, okay. Do you see that? That hit a 4th bar off a 4 minute. That hit a 4th bar. So, and a lot of these were around 344, 45. Do you see that? That was another reason why I started covering the short and then figured that they might hold and try keeping it neutral, which that isn't the best neutral close though, don't get me wrong. 7,100 is not the best neutral close. It is above 70.99, but that's not enough to like reduce volatility for the second half of the week this week. Okay, I hope you guys have a good rest of your day. It's plus 22 here, so I'm gonna go sit outside. And I'll likely post notes maybe later this evening. I just want to see if they hold the zone. Our spots haven't changed. Oh, who was asking for that 6,900 scenario? Who was asking for that? Because I have it. I already have it planned. So it's not like I have to rewrite it or anything. But be prepared. This is a lot, okay? I don't know who was asking me for that in here. I don't know if you're still here or not, but I'll send it. Okay, so full reset. I talked about this with Katie the other day. Is basically this. Okay? And I did, I don't think it's going to let me send that. No, it's not. That's way too much words. I'll post it on Substack thread, okay? Because this was, I already had sent this before, but if you're not in the Substack thread, I guess this is it. Okay, but it's also this. And Katie did a really good job of putting this into AI to summarize it. This is it, okay? So this is the area that if you stall this area, you can have this downside, okay? So we're basically here right now. Losing 7100s again is going to trigger that 781 retest, okay? Whether or not they want to make a higher low, slightly lower low. A lower low is not necessarily bearish because they could technically come back and engulf that between the 22nd and 24th period. Risk increases once you start breaking around these ranges, okay? Does that make sense? So this was kind of the path. This is what this is what my AI composed of it for me. I don't know. This is, and I don't know why it put this in there. That's pretty funny, but basically this. Okay, so this is how you can correlate these ranges to these spots in here and these areas here to this area here. So today makes sense that it'd be 7,100 because it's okay. Like, think of it like this. This makes total sense because, like, look, you see how this would be 7,103. Think about it. They closed at 7,100. They stalled 7,183. Okay, so you could basically subtract 3 points beneath 7,144. Does that make sense? And that's where we stalled, is around that 7,138.39. So 7,138 to 40 is a pretty big overhead now at this point. This is the area that's going to give you like a better probability of coming back around. Otherwise, that 70.59 odd stays in play on the loss of this range in here. So this area 03 is linked to 8.1, which is linked to 5.9, and that's basically where they're pinning us. Okay. This area is what triggers risk. Okay, 78.81, which is directly linked to 71.02, 71.01. And that's basically where they ended up closing. So we do have some odds of getting those 70.50s this week if they don't sustain the 7.8 to 8.1 area. And this was a scenario that played out actually, is if they stall 71.40s and 60s. Okay, so this is what could end up retesting 8.1. This is a scenario I'm talking about, which means that they could form a slightly lower low. Okay, so they may leave a tiny buffer intentionally, so we'll have to be diligent. They're actually doing that. Unfortunately, they stalled 71.40 and they're leaving that buffer. So of course they did the trickiest scenario possible. Okay, this is the trickiest scenario possible, and that's what they did. They didn't take out 8.5 and they did stall 40. Okay, they left that buffer, and they do that intentionally to make it a little bit complex between the 70.50s and then back to 71.22. And you can basically rinse and repeat this. That's why this neutral spot is going to see which end technically begins to win. So, and the same overhead, like you don't want to stall the 4.4. And the upper buffer zone that they're stalling is 7.18892. So kind of the same thing. They're basically keeping it 4 to 6 points above 70.80 to 70.81. Okay, at 8.5, 4 to 6 points below. I don't know if this helps you guys, but these are how these areas are linked to one another. Okay, and yeah, long story short is if you fail this range in here, yes, that's what could get you back to the 6900s, like 69.22, 32, 44, so on and so forth. Okay, you could technically still hold 69.30s though and 20s and still get back to 71.80s. Okay, and the reason being is because of time. So that'll be more relative to how much time. Okay, so if, see, like, look at this. So we had odds in the after hours here. That's hilarious because we had those 4.15 and they're testing 71.40. You know what? They might actually try pinning this in the channel to avoid this risk. That would be the hold of lows. That would be that complicated scenario that we talked about. But again, you'd have to get that 71.38, 71.44 break. We are hitting our 2-day 7th bar tomorrow. Okay, in these scenarios you have 1, 2, 3. Okay, 4th bar expanded, 5, 6. 6 is like the deciding period. 7th bar could exhaust or expand. So if we're gonna see a break in range, it's likely going to occur between the 22nd to 24th. Does that make sense? And if they keep it stuck or sideways, that's what will delay us until the 27th, 28th. So far, this structure looks pretty gross because this could obviously make a nasty star reversal from month end until mid quarter, unless they keep pushing range, or if they take it back slightly red. So maybe between like 68.20s. Does that make sense? But for that to occur, you probably have to start breaking range during these mid cycles, which those cycles are now. Does that make sense? Like these cycles start from here, because this started from the 30th and 31st, and we're basically in the mid range right here. Okay, so 10 bars. This is the 5th bar. Does that make sense? This is the bar that's like trying to decide what the hell this wants to do from here until mid-quarter, okay? So that's why this day could be very back and forth and volatile. And where you pin for the session today is likely going to decipher the kind of action you see from here until the 28th. So getting back over, oh, they are moving this in the after hours here. Poet's moving in the after hours, guys, for anyone that's long comments on that. But, and this is basically what could keep this very, very, very two-directional back and forth. It's still stuck in the inside range, which is insane. Okay? They didn't engulf and they didn't take out the low. This is pretty crazy if you think about it, because they did exactly what I wrote on Sunday, where they didn't take out 8.5 and they didn't take out 8.6. And specifically on the 21st ahead of that 22nd flip. Market's getting a 71.40 retest, you guys. They actually might try getting this back over 3.8 to limit some of this volatility risk that we now face into tomorrow. If they do, then we're likely going to retest highs tomorrow. And that's the scenario that I thought we would do if they break. They're trying to keep the 22nd to 24th window alive on 7th bar extension. Hitting the 71.20s, like I mentioned earlier, is still okay too, like 71, 22, 28. These areas are still core ranges, so they can link it back to core price points, if that makes sense. Well, remember, this was durational for end of session. If they held neutral, which technically they did. And they held the zone. They held 70.88 here, which is pretty crazy if you think about it. And this is a scenario that no one would expect, by the way, so this is what we have in the report. I don't know if that makes sense, but, and the session hasn't closed yet, so they have a lot of pressure on hand, which is what usually triggers basically moves like this. Do you see what I'm saying? Because the 21st close is what gives you the 28th extensions. Well, it's okay, Brendan. I covered mine for tomorrow, even though I had them off 71.06. I just didn't want to hold overnight. But if the weekly plan goes accordingly, then technically holding 70.80 could still get us a 71.88 test tomorrow, right? Especially if they close over 4.4 though. Or technically if they close these ranges though, these are still bull closes though. So that's the issue. They're still linked. 71.20s and 30s are still linked to 71.70s and 71.80s and 71.50s. That's part of the issue. They don't give us the highest odds of taking out highs, but they are still linked to core ranges. I still think 71.44 plus would give best odds of actually taking out 71.88. So we'll see where they close this. Does that make sense, you guys? These are core ranges in the 20s. So even if they close 2.2, they could still get that back to the 5.8, 5.9, 7.1, 7.4, 7.8, 8.1, 8.4. It doesn't necessarily mean that they can take out 8.8 though. Whereas getting over this 4.4 area would give us the highest odd of getting an 8.8 break. Either way, I think that would take anyone by surprise if they did that. Especially because most people probably thought we'd take out lows today. But I was prepared for them not to. So and for them to retest 71.38. If they actually close 71.44, that's insane on the session today for the 21st. That would be pretty wild, especially considering yesterday they waited all day to bring it back in the after hours. Like right into close yesterday. Do you guys remember that? Here? They literally waited for final minute yesterday, look, to get it back to where we wanted. And then broke in the after hours. Okay. Is everyone good on conditions, or? I should have had the ball on so it can at least summarize notes, but I'll just copy paste this. And then obviously closing around 0610 is going to keep volatility alive. That's pretty common sense. I'll copy paste that. Where is it? I'll copy paste that diagram if you guys want in there again, because you might have to do a lot of scrolling to get it. So do you guys want that? This and this. I knew this week would be a bit of a challenge, but I think we're doing pretty good so far. Risk is going to start increasing. Risk will now heavily increase on closing points beneath 71.06, 71.10, I would say 71.14. Let me know what you guys think. So there's only two ways that they could do this within this period. You think that they're going to have the 7th bar exhaustion or 7th bar expansion? So either 70.50s or 71.80s. I feel like there's not really anything in between. This is I was expecting a bit of a challenge this week, hitting our 6th bar, but I'm curious to see what you guys think too. Okay, I'm going to sign off because I've been sitting here for so long, since literally 6:30 this morning. So I will see you guys tomorrow. I'll post notes on session close, on the pin, on overnight conditions based on where they pin. Obviously, this is a bit volatile, but these are still within our tradable ranges. So nothing in terms of that has actually changed. We're still within 71.88 and 70.80. Nothing has changed, okay? So I know that there's been a lot of volatility in between, but the plan is still going accordingly, okay? 22nd flip date tomorrow, don't forget. We are hitting that 7th bar extension, so I guess tomorrow would put on the real test on which side actually wants to take control from now until basically month end, okay? All right, have a good rest of your afternoon, guys.